Welcome to Mario Maker 1 All-Stars, which is what we're calling our ongoing initiative to record everything we can of Mario Maker 1 before the shutdown of Wii U and 3DS online services in early April, as it is expected. No precise date given for that yet, but we're meant to think it's early in the month, so let's take a look for the third day at levels by Julian. Julian has a reputation mainly for levels that are fairly gentle and extremely popular because of their ability to give the player many gentle places to reset along the way. Generally very forgiving and full of interesting mechanisms, but we're done with those because now we're in the Kaizo patch, so to speak, where it turns out that late in Julian's time in Mario Maker 1, he actually cracked out a lot of levels that were for many of the Kaizo community events, either some of the weekly Kaizo race events on Reddit or some of the other ones that we see here. KC2 is Kaizo Combat, I think. KR is Kaizo Relay. KB2 is Kaizo Battlegrounds 2. Now, what we discovered with the Kaizo levels previously is that we cleared one of them, and we had to drop out of the other ones after not much time, but they're still worth doing up to a certain point anyway, because we actually have been learning unique things about Maker 1 that are not in Maker 2 in just about all of these levels. So even if we're going to fail at Kaizo levels and bail out after the first couple of jumps, we'll at least take a look and get a sense of what we're dealing with. Bang, welcome. And because these are levels that were for community events, from a preservation perspective, video clears of them do exist somewhere, I believe, even though they are from a few years back. So we'll just take a look at them ourselves, and then we'll finish up Julian's profile if we can today. And with the time that remains, we have many more Maker 1 creators lined up. So let's take a look at Chocolate Cavern, the first of the two caverns. This is a 0.13, 59 historical clears since it was uploaded in 2018 with a Kaizo Combat 2 event, which we don't know much about. Let's see how much we can get through. And we'll at least get to some kind of roadblock or milestone that we can work on. Yeah, this is going to be spring wall jump. You throw and then wall jump and catch? Well, right from the first trick we don't know what we're doing, huh? Let's try to run into this. Yeah, actually, you throw it against the wall, and then you wall jump to catch it. And then you soft drop it after that. Okay. And then we had a lot of these trampoline drops the other day as well, including in the Kaizo level that we did clear, so we'll work on that and try to find the timing. As you can see, we're probably dropping too late at that point, since we're whoops. Have to point down, of course, to do it. Like I said, not likely to make it very far, especially if we grabbed like that, but we do know that when we kind of wind up below the spring like that, that we have to drop earlier, like that. Not that early, obviously, but I think it'll be something like that, and then the arrow gives you a rough point of contact to aim for. Oops. It's okay, this is still resettable somewhat. We just need to find the right timing for it. It might take quite a few attempts to do so, but we know from practicing one of the previous levels that this is something I can do. You'd think the idea is there is just a ground pounding at the arrow. Interesting. So you'd have to do a really early release then. Really, really early. Maybe so. Yeah, this is likely to be beyond me, so especially if we go that early. We don't really want to be falling down towards the marker, so what? Although, maybe a twirl followed by a ground pound might actually position you accurately, but the ground pound does a little too much of a delay, which is why I'm suspicious of that. Whoops. You remember this kind of trick in Maker 1 levels. Okay. Yeah, it's not something that I know. Whoops. Of course, we have to point the right way as we do the drop. There are lots of Maker 1 mechanics that are new to me, I'm finding. And many of them we don't see until we try to do some of the Kaizo stuff, so we'll see if we can at least do the first jump. Yeah, because if you ground pound towards it, that takes you quite low, but maybe you have to jump on the cheap sheep before you can get up to that block. I think you do jump on the cheap sheeps before you can reach the block, so that implies that you have to go very, very low. But nope, it's a very poor release timing over there. Yeah, maybe I do kind of twirl and stall. No, you're not. That adds too much time, even if it does let the spring pass me by. Oh, nope, don't want to do that. Nope, still not really switching directions very well here. Whoa. Yeah, you have to be pretty well practiced, I think, with a lot of the Make 1 tech to be doing this stuff. But it seems pretty clear to me that it's going to be a jump on the successive cheap cheeps. Maybe even a twirl without the ground pound would make you make contact if you are ahead of the spring a little bit. Whoops. Yeah, the thing about doing a bunch of these Kaizo levels, of course, is that, especially on the Wii U gamepad, they definitely wear out my hands a little bit quickly, so we pretty much got out of the stream early the other day because of that, and, you know, I want to wreck everything in the first few levels, so hang on. Yeah, actually, no, I see, because even if you are ahead, I see what you mean. Yeah. Because if you ground pound there, there's enough of a delay of the ground pound that it lets the spring bypass you. So yeah, so the release time was not actually the issue here. Because I was thinking, if we're kind of heading down towards the release marker, for the soft drop. I see it. Then you are going to wind up below the spring anyway. But the ground pound gives you just enough of a stall if you can figure out exact timing like that. Hey, we learned something today. Like I was saying, you know, we might fail at these levels, but with every single one of them, we actually have been learning something. And now I don't know if I would have really understood that without Meng in the chat to help me out. But we managed to show it off at least once, which is important. Yeah, right now just making sure things line up, but it makes a lot more sense to me now, because I was thinking, you know, if you're going to drop in this location, oh, oops, you're going to be curving down towards it in a way that you have to stall somehow. And we just haven't hit the right timing for that yet, but it will be there somehow. And then you have to kick the shell over and then bounce on it again. That's what it is. You jump on the second cheap sheep, you kick the shell to the right, and then when you kick the shell to the right, the shell will give you a landing on the rebound, and then you proceed from there. Yeah, I'm this ground pound input a little bit early to the left, and it always feels late, but I wonder if it actually is early, given how far off I am from the marker. So I'm usually about a tile to the left of the arrow, and I sort of feel like the object is already passing me by at that point. Yeah, because it does have a bit of a forward movement as you soft drop, and I guess maybe we need to exercise a little bit better self-control there with how that bounce is going to work. That was a very late release. It almost looked like the right timing. But even if it is going to be slightly off screen, it is going to potentially get me over to the Cheep Cheep. Yeah, again, you know, if only we hit things on the marker, that would be great, but a little closer, not quite. Like I always say, I'm never quite sure with reading indications if how Mario plus an object should be centered on top of the indicator, because different makers sort of apply that standard a little bit differently, and so sometimes we find ourselves about a half tile off in either direction with the object drop. But there you go. I was already trying to aim for the shell, but then that just meant I missed a Cheep Cheep. Yeah. Kick, bounce. Ah, yes, this is the ground pound. So we learned this trick last time, and I tested it in the Maker 2 editor, and it does not work in Maker 2. Where when you do a ground pound in NSMB-U in Maker 1, the somersault actually moves Mario's hitbox up slightly. So if you do the ground pound directly under that question block that's slightly out of reach, then you hit the question block with the ground pound somersault animation. And that's what it is. We learned that last time. And I'm pretty sure it doesn't work in Maker 2. I tried to set it up and I couldn't get it to happen, so... Hey, you got it twice. Got it once. Hang on. It's like that in Wonder, too. Yeah, I'd forgotten about that. I think we had seen that, but... As you can see, you do have to be on target. Maybe I didn't know that about Wonder, though. It's, haven't really tested out Wonder much since I streamed the initial clear. Now here, we have to be careful to actually cancel and head right over to the mole instead of ground pounding. Wow, we're starting to get it. Remarkable. Yeah, we have to cancel out, hit the mole, and then continue from that point. But the fact that I've been able to get this initial jump a few times tells me that at least there's some kind of learning process that's happening. I had the same problem in that other ground pound level as well, that I'm too busy watching whether the ground pound is happening, and I'm forgetting to cancel quickly enough. And then here, I just missed a bounce. But it does look like the bounce on a mole is going to give me a bomb pickup, which is going to be a timed throw to the left at some point. And of course, we never quite know what's going to happen with some of these throws that are close to the wall in Maker 1 because of the huge rebound that Maker 1 does when object throws. And so, we'll try to make it happen, but we are making some progress at least. Again, I should really trust that going slightly over to the right on this arrow will land a hit. Yeah, just lost a bit of momentum as we were canceling down towards the mole. I wasn't quite sure about my timing with that. Oops, missed a ground pound. And let's try it again. I think I accidentally canceled out of that. That's why we didn't make contact. Well, it's very satisfying when we do get it, so... like that. I guess it's a second bounce off the mole. Yeah, I don't think I realized it was a winged mole. It's 2 bounces off the mole so you can pick up the bomb. And there's going to be a bomb throw that then gives you a deflection to do a spin wall jump onto the bomb. That's what it is. You throw the bomb against the wall, it bounces away, which is something that does not happen in Maker 2. And I think you spin wall jump towards it. No, it's not a winged mole. Then how come... Oh, because we made contact with the bomb first, I see. Yeah, we made contact with the bomb first. And we ignited it, but didn't do a pickup. But we need it ignited to do a pickup in the first place. So yeah, one bounce is going to be on the bomb, then one bounce is going to be on the mole. That's the pickup. We go towards the other side, and then do the bomb throw from there. Very, very tricky. Okay. Nope. Like I've been saying with many of these levels, the amazing thing is that the makers wouldn't have known that most of this tech just does not work in Maker 2, because Maker 2 didn't exist yet. But it's remarkable to look at these levels in retrospect and see that so much of the Maker 1 Kaizo vocabulary just completely dropped out and had to be rebuilt from scratch. Whoops. And that's been very insightful to learn, even though we haven't really been able to get the clears. Yeah, you do have to hug the right side wall for the lineup. And as you drop down, you do the left side throw, and then spin wall jump out of that. Yeah, so as you can see there, the bomb does do that deflection. We just didn't get the spin wall jump out of that. I feel like the first bounce should not be a high bounce because we're taking too long to pick up the bomb. So maybe it should be a short bounce in the bomb so we can pick it up immediately. Because otherwise the detonation timing is going to give me problems. Yeah. Now our positioning was a little bit off there, but that's clearly roughly what's supposed to happen. I don't know if I'm supposed to deflect the bomb like that to give myself a spin jump landing location that is even later to the right. But we'll find out. Yeah, because I think you kick the bomb over with the spin jump and then land on it as it's falling. I think that's the idea. Very fancy. Whoops. Really makes the NSMPU physics look quite dynamic. Yeah, the first trick actually feels pretty smooth once you manage to get it. I mean, when it works, it feels right. It doesn't feel finicky or anything. Of course, you do have to get a high bounce if you want to do it. So, okay, so we know how to land on the thwomp there, or on the POW there. This was a bit of a blind read, so I didn't know where to go from there. But I think you jump off to the POW and just go forward. And then there's going to be a second thwomp activation that's within range at that point that's going to hit the POW and clear the muncher as you're going up. Either that or you have to curve around and land on the thwomp with a spin, but I'm not really clear on that. Maybe you just jump up towards the muncher and hope that the thwomp does its business quickly enough. Because I'm not really sure what it is just yet. Oops. Okay. Once you see it, it just takes practice. As you can see, we're doing ground pound slightly below that arrow, but it's actually the horizontal position of the arrow that matters. The height doesn't matter too much because we know we can get up towards that cheap. And so, yeah, of course we do need to hold jump into that, or at least hit jump to get the bounce. And mechanically, this is very, very technical. Nope. You're supposed to hit the bomb first, obviously. And the little twirl that I did there threw off my timing by just enough that we hit the mole on the first pass instead. Nope, too low. Well, we have managed to make it to the POW after that point, so we can try to do that again and see if we can progress, because so far it looks like progression is still able to happen, so I'm going to stick with it just a little bit longer to see how much more we can see. Whoops. But it is quite tricky. Nope. Got the wall cling, but I was trying to hit the spin, but I maybe even hit the spin too early before we got into the wall cling to properly do the wall spin jump. Bit of a late release. Nope. Whoops, not quite. Well, if we can at least make it back over to the POW again, I'll be pretty satisfied. Nope, too low. Too far to the left on the shell that time. You do have to let the thwomp go down, so I think it is going to be standing on the POW for long enough to trigger the thwomp again, and then getting off just in time for the POW to hit just as it clears the column for the muncher. Because the POW will need a second descent, so you do need to have a dead stop in the POW for a moment, from how I'm reading this. No. Yeah, you do kind of want a short bounce on the bomb first, because we stick with it for long enough after that wall spin jump that we can't really afford to have it detonate early, since you do need to kick it quite a long ways before you make contact with it on the way to the POW under the thwomp. So we'll try to show that. Whoops. And then that's correct. It's just that we were hedging a little bit on when that muncher would happen, and the pullback landed me on top of the spike. That's hitting the shell and then landing on the mole to the right. That's going to bounce the shell to the left and give you a bounce back that then allows you to ride the shell over to the right side and probably bounce up to the one-way panel. That's progress. Well, we've actually made a decent amount of headway on this level, all of a sudden. And we're probably still very early on compared to the overall layout. But it's one of these that, like I've been saying with several of the kinds of levels, we may save them in the core spot if we have room. I say that about so many levels, we're probably going to run out of room, but they are satisfying enough to work on that we might, in fact, want to have a bit of a long-term project so we can learn Maker 1 Kaizo technique after the game has started to be relevant. Whoops. Yeah, it didn't really hang left close to the wall that time like we needed to. There we go. Kick. Nope. Took too long between trying to hug the left side and trying to get the spin. It's not right. It looked like it was hit the shell first and then hit the mole, and it should be. But I don't know why the shell died then, because I thought it was going to be kicked to the left. I think it was my point of contact with it that was wrong. I was sure the shell was going to be deflected to the left, and I think I just hit it the wrong way. Whoops. Yeah. So that is the deflection that time. Oh, I see. I see a buzzy shell down there. I might have killed the green Koopa shell with the buzzy shell by mistake. I'm not exactly sure, because I'm not clear on whether that is a pickup on the buzzy shell down below when you do make contact with the mole, given the overlap that's going on there. Oh, a little bit late on the spin there. Anyway, let's try it again. Yeah, it's actually surprisingly flexible to get down to that spring once you know what to do. Now, how do I do the wall jump while holding a shell, given that the shell isn't going to rebound in quite the same way? I wonder if it's a soft drop on a shell. I'm not exactly sure how to drop the buzzy shell in a way that allows me to carry it over a wall jump. I don't know what the technique for that is supposed to be. It can't just be letting go of the shell, because that would just hit me, right? No. You see, it's supposed to be a throw to the right, so you can swirl over here and land on a shell, but then I don't see how that shell throw can happen, because I don't know how to take the shell with me. Yeah, a link in time we finally got to the Kaizo patch. We're near the end. I have only really cleared one of the Kaizos so far, and so I'm not expecting to clear it necessarily, but we're learning about Maker 2 while we can. I see. No, I think I go immediately into the shell throw first, and then a wall jump to the left. We can't take the shell up a wall jump with us. We have to just fire it over the right, and then do the wall jump over, I think. I don't know if the timing works for that. I might be completely misreading that bit. Nope. Yeah, you see, if you are too far to the right, then it kills the shell. You have to hit the shell on the way down, so the shell kick takes precedence to getting down to the mole. Otherwise, the pickup of the buzzy shell kills the green shell if you're positioned too far to the right. Yeah, Link in Time, I never played Maker 1 Kaizo while Maker 1 was active to begin with, so I've literally been learning Maker 1 Kaizo this week and last week. And so there's a lot that surprises me about it, because it's not something I had a background in at all. I never even did a shell jump for the first time until Maker 2, right? So some things are really kind of catching me off guard. Like what to do here. I mean, it seems like it should be a sequence of wall jumps on the right side, but I just don't know how to take the shell up with me, if that's the case. If it's not releasing the shell right away, I don't know what it is. But yeah, well, no matter when I stop with this one anyway, I'm pretty satisfied with the progress we've made so far. We've seen lots of new stuff already. That's really the point of playing through these, is just so we can have a pretty complete picture. Look at that, I landed on a semi-solid safely. I did not expect that, given that Spike block generally takes precedence over semi-solids to make a 1. So it does go over, it's just that I lose my wall jump afterwards. Maybe I'm just doing everything there too slowly, and maybe that is the way to do it. But I won't know until I see the timing of the shell rebound, whoops, on the other side. You got 24 Farticus left yourself. Yeah, I figured a link in time that was you, because I saw Farticus way up on the top list for the weekly, and along with some of the other makers that you've been playing, and we might be the only people who are really doing a lot of Maker 1 by Maker right now, because everybody else is doing Team 0% for the most part, or just 100 bin. 100 Mario, rather. And, so when I see the weekly list load up, I have a pretty good sense of what you've been playing. I don't know if that works. Like, throw first and then a wall jump. I don't know if that works. But, like I said, I just don't know how I'd take a shell with me up the wall jump otherwise. And it might be a Maker 1 thing as well, for all I know. Whoops. And you want to watch someone's birthday stream tonight? Yeah, happy birthday to your friend, whoever they are, and you enjoy yourself. And yeah, I mean, the thing about Maker 1 and 2 is I keep all my VODs, because I do this largely for preservation reasons. So you can come back and watch me struggle anytime. And have fun playing as well. Okay. Nope. If it's throw followed by wall jump, I think I can potentially make that landing and catch up to the shell, but I'm not sure. I don't know enough about the shell speed to say it definitively. Nope, I want to throw right. I have seen previously that throwing right does, in fact, get me the shell over that column. The shell does successfully go over that column even with a single jump off the green Koopa. The issue mainly is, am I able to catch up to that shell afterwards, even if I do the wall jump successfully. That's a really satisfying trick with a bomb when you manage to get it, because it looks like there's no way you're going to cover that distance, but the thing that makes it work too, I think, is the... well, I mean, it's not a spin pickup there like there is in a lot of other Maker 1 levels. You are just kicking the bomb over with a spin wall jump, but it's kind of incredible that you can cover that sort of distance. I don't really play NSMBU Kaizo in Maker 2 either, so I don't know how closely that would resemble an equivalent trick over there. I don't imagine that that little bit with the wall jump and bomb is that different, apart from the throw towards the left, of course. The thing that is Maker 1 specific is that the throw is rebounding and not just making the bomb drop down on that column. So yeah, in that sense, this is a Maker 1 exclusive setup. Entirely because of the bomb throw towards the wall. Okay. No. Maybe it is some kind of soft drop followed by picking up again, but I just don't know how to get the shell up there without making more contact with the shell. And no wonder people tell me to look at clear videos all the time, which I don't do on stream, because I actually don't know what that bit is supposed to look like. So we'll see if we can figure it out, but that might actually be the stopping point here. I mean, we know that the bomb, sorry, rather, the Buzzy Shell can go over. It's just that we haven't been able to execute that plus wall jump even once. And so right now I haven't been able to execute the thing I want to try, even to see if it works. Or if it's supposed to be taking the shell up a series of wall jumps and then throwing. Not clear, since I just don't know the mechanics well enough. Okay. Nope. Yeah, I think we're going to stop there. Because we've got a lot of levels to look at, and I know I'm just kind of breezing through these. If I am going to save some of the kinds of levels to work on, this is definitely one I would look at. Simply because we actually had made steady progress. It's just that I find that I'm running to a bit of a knowledge barrier and an execution barrier at the same time with this particular bit with a shell here, and I don't want to wear myself out with the Wii U gamepad too much when we've got lots to look at still. So you can see that very similarly to many of the other levels I've been playing, that if you look at the right of the star and footprint card, that's about the extent of how much I was able to cover. That's consistently been the case with several of these kinds of levels, that I can cover that distance. And then to the right of that, that's where you see the column that has the bit with the shell throw. That is halfway through the first segment in the main world, and there clearly is at least... Oh, there are going to be 2 segments in the subworld, because you can see segment 3 on the right there, bounded by pipes. So it would have been nice to figure out this trick to at least get through segment 1, but it looks like there are at least 4 parts to this before you can get out to the exit. So we're not even close. This is well beyond me. But I had fun learning what we did, and I felt like that was actually a pretty productive session. Let's break our hands some more against Cold Kaizo Cavern, which is a 0.18. Again, if we can kind of make it roughly to the equivalent location, that would be great. This has a very similar sort of geometry and proportion to the previous one. You can see the exit pipe of the first section about 2/3 of the way through, and then you can see very clearly with the pipe layout that there is going to be sections 2, 3, and 4 probably alternating between the main world and the subworld. We'll do at least a bit of the main world first just to see what the tricks look like. Again, in case we learn more things about Maker 1. That is going to be it. I was just wondering how that would look, because we need to figure out whether... Yeah, I think we need to land back on top of it. I don't know if I go up the spring. I don't. And then we drop on top of that and pick it up, bounce on a spring for a shell jump. And then it is a time-sensitive shell jump. You have to get it right away to hit the POW up above. Yeah, because you have to shell jump into the POW on your way over. So it is a timing that you have to hit before the POW gets too far. Unless it's a POW pickup, but I kind of doubt it. Oh, it might be a POW pickup. Actually, I think it is a POW pickup. It's the only object that you can pick up on your way to the soft drop that happens slightly later in the level, so... Looks like you do have to do it quickly enough to make it a POW pickup. And then... Yeah, trying to time shell jump and my spacing against a POW at the same time has been a little bit of work here. Because I'm trying to... Yeah, I don't think I hit the POW because I would just kill the Koopa, the big red Koopa that we need to use later on. But then if I need to shell jump towards the POW pickup, that is really tricky to position. Unless the POW is supposed to be behind me at the time that I complete a shell jump. That's almost the right timing. And actually that seems like it would get me into a position where I can pick up the POW and then land on the mole down below, then gets me up to the question block to take the red Koopa somewhere. Well, we'll try to get a little further. No, that's way too late. Oh, whoops, missed. Yeah, it's pretty readable what's supposed to happen. I mean, once we understood that POW is a pickup, of course, which might have been a safe assumption in the first place. Yeah, the marker, I kind of have to choose whether I'm firing this on the way up or the way down. I think it's got to be on the way up. Even if we missed a POW, let's at least figure out where I should be. I think I should be falling down towards this. And falling down a little bit further. Maybe. It's difficult to spot the timing here. On whether the shell releases as I go up or as I go down. Let's let the POW pass. Let's just try to get the shell jump timing first. Just to see. Well, I mean, we have to dodge that too. Because the marker seems a bit low for a shell jump that's kind of on my way up, but that's clearly a late release over there, so... Yeah, again, I find that I have a lot of trouble reading markers like this. Because the indication doesn't give you a sense of, you know, do you fire on your way up or on your way down? Or is maybe the timing built around the expectation that you're going to do a high bounce before you pick up the shell? That's entirely possible as well. Yeah, because you can see, if you just hold into a high bounce and the shell pickup happens quite a bit differently. You don't bounce in a staggered fashion relative to the shell. And maybe that gives you a cleaner timing. If you just hold full jump. Yeah, I see. If you hold full jump, then it actually puts you directly in position to do the shell jump to the right. And yeah, it just gives you the pickup. You don't have to bounce and pick up. So I have to, of course, figure out a shell release after that, but because I'm always kind of reacting to having the shell in hand. I'm reacting a little bit late. Nope. And then that's what gets you over the POW quickly enough. You have to do it that way or you just don't go quickly enough, I think. Whoops. Really tricky. Yeah, if we can at least get the shell jump and POW pickup at least once, I'll be satisfied with calling that progress. But this will take some practice. Yeah, again, you kind of need to land directly over that column. There are expectations with timing in Kaizo levels that I find I often have trouble hitting, simply because it is my tendency, just as a habit, to do lots of mid-air adjustments and not quite hold the full jump or not quite hold all the way to the right. And when I'm adjusting that much just out of a habit, the intended timing of the level is not always going to line up with what happens when I play. So, as you can see, you pick up and you pretty much have to let go right away. You have to react very well to successfully doing the pickup. That was too soon, much too soon. But I think input-wise, you just hold jump until you're ready to let go. And if we can at least consistently get the shell pickup into a direct bounce like that, that was very nearly it. Then we just need to weave the actual shell release into what we're doing here. as you can see, that got the shell jump finally, but it was a little bit low. A little bit low to pick up the POW and to get over, so... Yeah. The thing is, as I am kind of controlling my descent towards the shell here, I always have to take a moment to face the right way to get the release, and I need to face right going into this. Yeah, because when I pick up the shell, I'm not quite sure usually what my facing direction is going to be, and I might be facing back because I'm kind of pulling back to land on the column accurately, and that might be a bad idea. Because it's adding a little bit of time before I can actually get in position for the throw. If I'm facing left, I have to kind of hang right before I can get the shell down accurately. But if I'm not facing left, then I sort of overshoot the trampoline, and that doesn't go well either, so... Nope, didn't get to pick up. Whoops, nope. Well, let's get back in. I'm not done with it. That was just an accidental exit. We won't spend as long on this one as the previous one, though, probably. I just want to see some of the tricks. And we knew we weren't likely to get far with many of these. But sometimes they can fall quickly to practice, individual segments anyway. So we'll try to make something happen here. That was almost it. Again, a little bit low on the shell. Probably a little too slow generally, because the POW had been delayed by enough that was sort of floating up. Which tells me that I was just a tiny bit late in executing on this. Now, this was not quite correct. Notice how it's kind of a landing on top of the rocky wrench. It's not a bounce because it is in a grounded position. I was expecting a bounce. But our timing isn't quite right for that. Okay, that's progress. We just needed to land on top of that accurately and then jump up towards the question block and then see what's going on with the soft drop of the POW after that. So we have made that once. We have successfully picked up the POW once on the way to the right side. Nope, missed a little bit. Yeah, because you hit the Koopa, and then there's going to be some kind of soft drop with the POW that has to happen. I'm not exactly sure if that's just giving me a landing point or just something for the shell to hit. Yeah, so I see what's going on here. That when you jump up to the question block, when you land, you need to get a high bounce off the rocky wrench because at that point it's going to peek up from where it's hiding. You land on it softly initially, you jump up to the question block, but then you hold jump into the high bounce. Then the high bounce gets you in the position for the soft drop on a POW. So we do see that. We just need to get this first shell jump down first. Oh. Again, the landing towards the shell pickup here is something we do need to get down. And we just have to push the buttons on the assumption we're going to get the shell pickup. There's no real time to process that and react to whether the pickup has been successful. It was almost right. It felt like it was going to come in a little bit low even if we did manage to make the jump. Getting a bit closer. So yeah, furthest we've gone is hitting the question block under the Koopa, which is progress. You have to take these minuscule victories, even if it is just a few jumps at a time. Nope. Again, just not reacting very well to picking up the shell. only do you need the mechanics, you need good reaction time to do levels like these in order to just read your position and read your state. And understand what's going on. Because if you just react to things happening successfully a little too slowly, as I tend to do, then you just don't make it to the next trick. You pretty much have to assume that you're going to be in the right position, just like that. Yeah, if you kind of assume that the shell pickup is going to succeed, then you can anticipate a shell jump after that. Now, that's interesting. Yeah, so we assume that the shell pickup is happening and we just kind of try to shell jump with that in mind. Okay. I feel like I'm not supposed to hit the shell like that, but it's hard to tell with that positioning. Anyway, like I said, not going to spend too many attempts on this one, but we'll try to do this because I am still sort of actively working on one particular segment, so specifically this one here. I don't know how it's supposed to work. Soft drop on a POW, am I not supposed to have kicked the shell at that point, and is the POW supposed to have stopped it or something? I am not clear on what that drop is supposed to look like, because going up towards that box we are consistently hitting the red shell over to the right instead. I feel like it's supposed to be a soft drop and landing on the POW, and then that allows me to perhaps get a running jump that will get me to catch up to the Koopa, but it seems like the big red Koopa is so far away at that point that I don't know if that can happen. Anyway, the assumption here is holding a full jump to get this shell pickup to line up perfectly. Then, whoop, no. Went over the POW instead. That's not exactly what we want. But, Bonafide Pirate, welcome. We're wiping out on a couple of Kaizo levels, but we have been learning things, so it's been an important part of the process. I'm clearly dropping the POW too late. We have to drop the POW on the way up so it lands ahead of me. And then we run off of it and then probably bounce on the red shell after that. Yeah, we're not going to spend too long wiping on the Kaizo stuff, only so far as I'm able to make a bit of progress and learn new tricks. We have been learning lots of stuff about Maker 1 and doing this, though, so I find it has been worthwhile to run them, even if we can usually only make it partway through the first sequence. And I think you saw some of that yesterday when we were learning a few things on the fly, so. But the thing about starting a stream early on with all this Kaizo stuff is I'll definitely need to make some content that's easier on the hands after that, I think. But I am hoping to stay pretty long today, assuming I don't just completely wreck my wrists first. There's a Wii U gamepad, I think. It's a very sturdy thing, but it's not really built for Kaizo ergonomics. In spite of how vibrant the scene was in Maker 1. It's nice to kind of hold my hands apart wide again, though. I find that much more comfortable than controllers generally feeling a little bit cramped. Which is also why I've always liked using the Wiimote as well as the split Joy-Cons as well. Is that, to me, it feels much more natural to have my hands out wide, and Wii U gamepad was definitely a big part of that. It's just that, having never done Kaizo originally in Maker 1, I am definitely unaccustomed to the strain of doing it on the gamepad versus a more lightweight controller. Not strained in a sense of injury or something, because I'm actually very careful about that stuff. It's more, you know, you really kind of feel what this is doing to your grip. And how hard you wind up clutching the gamepad as you try to do tricks like this, but nope, not quite. So yeah, if we can get at least as far as the POW drop right here. Yeah, basically the POW drop has to happen on your way up. And then you can land on it safely. And I'm pretty sure you just run across the POW over to the red shell and catch up to it for the next trick. But we'll see. Oh, I actually did get a bounce there, but I was not going to be in position at all, so. Too late on the drop once again. It has to be, once again, an early drop as you're going up. I always react to that a little bit too late. And again, I think I spend too much time reacting to successfully doing something on screen, when I should just predict the next motion. And that was what solved a lot of this early shell jump here, and why it became a lot more successful all of a sudden, most of the time, not all the time. Was that you really just have to operate on the assumption that the previous trick worked. And read ahead. And kind of gives you a sense of how quickly Kaizo really moves, that there isn't really enough of a reaction window to process success. Whoa! Okay, I was trying to process what was happening there as it was happening, and I see that the bounce back on the shell after it crushes that block comes back to hit the POW, then that gives you the buzzy shell. I only realized I was holding the buzzy shell once I died and once I saw the shell jump marker, because we bounced off the wiggler and you have to shell jump immediately. And again, no time to react to what's going on. You just have to sort of predict the next move and expect it. And anyway, it's a new record. That was really satisfying, actually, that we managed to do that much. It's just that I didn't see the wiggle coming at all, so that was maybe something that for experienced Kaizo players is very blind friendly and readable. For me, it's not simply because we lacked the reaction time to do it. Nope. Once again, I have to just do this early bit rhythmically. I guess if you have a very good memory for the rhythmic spacing of each successive input, then it's much easier. Whoops, nope, I was trying to soft drop there and I wound up pointing the wrong way. But hey, we actually made it decently far. If I get back to the wiggler again, I'll be pretty content. Whoops. But yeah, like I said, we're not going to be doing too many Kaizo grinds on stream during this series. I was very satisfied to get one Kaizo clear last time, so and that was definitely an easier one. That was not quite as quick between obstacles. Sometimes, you know, even though the tricks themselves are equivalent, just the speed between them and the demands on reaction time are this part of Kaizo difficulty that's perhaps not as easily quantifiable, and not as easy to see when you're just looking at the layout, in terms of how quickly things are happening. You only see that once you play it. Hit the shell the wrong way. But yeah, as you can see, shell bounces to the right, POW takes it at one muncher for some reason, and then gives me the setup to pick up a shell after that, which I don't even know how the shell pickup happens. We just didn't even see it happening last time because I was too busy reacting to the wiggler. We shouldn't have done the regrab on the POW. That was, again, a sign of maybe a late drop as well. I slipped off the POW there, but that was actually correct. we have to run off the POW and then just kind of trust that the whole wiggler bit is going to happen and give me a shell in the right place. And then we'll see what we can do with it. With both this and a previous level, this is already much further than I expected to get. Even if it's still just baby steps by Kaizo standards. We'll have to try to nail the timing on a shell jump again, of course. We have at least one more Kaizo one after this, possibly two. Not exactly sure if the last one on Julian's profile is Kaizo, but it is a 0.27 or so clear rate, I think. And if it's not Kaizo, then it's at least some kind of marathon run that will take a bit of time to work out, so. If I can get back to the wiggler, I will be very happy. Yeah, you get back to the wiggler and then there's a shell jump after that. The wiggler really comes as a bit of a surprise. I find that I can't even see it until I've bounced on it. Because you pretty much just have to hang right on that jump off to the POW and trust the level. It does feel a little bit blind. But maybe I'm just not reading the right side of the screen while I'm doing it. I don't know how visible it is, and I won't know until I look at the video replay. But yeah, so you need to react quickly to that. You kind of need to straighten out after the wiggler, and then after that shell jump, it gets you down to a bomb. Some kind of bomb followed by another one of those red shell setups. Almost. I came in a little bit low on that shell though, because we bounced off the wiggler in a bit of a low position as well. Yeah, it's really satisfying to work through these. It's just that, you know, Mario Maker 1's going to be around for another 3 months. Kaizo grinding it is not something we can feasibly do very much of. And it would be nice to work through more of these, like that really satisfying clear we got last time, but we'll try to at least try to get back to the wiggler, and then we'll see if we can get that shell jump to happen at least once. And maybe one more time making it over to the wiggler will be where I'll stop on this one for now. And these are all good enough that I kind of want to just save them in a core spot as well for past April. I don't know if realistically I'll ever really have the time or inclination to work on them, but I do want the option to be open. Because some of these have been a lot of fun, which, as a non-Kaizo player, it's often hard to kind of express that appreciation. I backed into the wiggler a little bit there because I wasn't trusting the bounce. Or rather, I was trying to back up a bit already, knowing that I kind of need to straighten out to do the shell jump on that column. Because I was thinking, oh, I have to pick up a shell and I have to sort of do a nice clean vertical ascent instead of slamming right into the wall. But we did it too early that time, and that meant the wiggler just ran into me instead. We almost got it. We got the shell jump, we just didn't arc correctly out of it. So that's the best attempt yet. Yeah, I thought it was coming in low that time and it threw me off. Rather, we made it over, but the arc felt wrong. And so the momentum control upon landing on the rocky wrench was really not the best. Okay, that's better. Yeah, let's shell jump over that. There are two Koopas on top of that question block. I see a big red shell and a small red shell, and I don't exactly know how that setup is going to behave. There are a lot of things about using question blocks to launch things under other objects that works quite a bit differently in Maker 1. And in ways I can't always articulate because, you know, I don't exactly know what's going to happen. I remember them being kind of more intuitive to set up in Maker 1, but I can't quite describe it. Especially with anything involving bumping things into trampolines or other launcher mechanisms. That was too late on the soft drop. Nope, not quite. Okay. Very satisfying when you can get it. But then what? Second bomb. I see. I see. Second bomb, but then where does everything else go? It just splits the shells up there, but I see nowhere to go except maybe just continuing to the right over the ice blocks. That is a new record as well, though. New personal best. Oh, whoops. Went up a little low in that POW. A little too far to the right, rather. Nope. Well, we are making incremental progress. It's very satisfying to see, even if we are not very good at recreating it. Don't really expect to make it out of the first section, but we'll look at the banner afterwards and congratulate ourselves on how far we did get. Not quite. Oh, nope. I knew I was a little bit late on the drop that time, and we adjusted poorly out of it. And then it didn't look like a drop at all. Okay. Nope. Once again, just kind of misread what was going on with the mole bounce that time. I forgot it was a bounce. And so that threw me off slightly, going into the soft drop on the POW. That was right, although a little bit early. As you can see from the POW position, it's a little bit further to the left than is comfortable. But if we can do that shell jump after a wiggle again, I'll be pretty satisfied. Whoops. Because I felt like we made steady progress, and the feeling of slow, steady progress is something that I think once you start to experience it, you start seeing what the appeal of Kaizo really is. That, you know, the thing about Kaizo is that you really do kind of feel like you are rewarded for your work, even if it is a little beyond you mechanically. And that the rewards are kind of immediate and tactile, which is... As somebody who is a lot more proficient at playing with things like puzzles, it's a very different feeling of progress in terms of, you know, how you experience the various sticking points. Yeah, pointed right too quickly. I was pointing down for the soft drop, and we pointed down too quickly before we actually got released down. Wiggler. Shell jump. Missed. Yeah, but after the first bomb, I kind of saw belatedly previously that there was a second bomb that I can drop onto after bomb going up to question block. Again, a lot of the problems I'm encountering here are from just reading it too slowly and from poor reaction time to odd moments of success. And so we just need to sort that out and... nope, too low. Okay. Wiggler? Yeah, power drop was too far to the left that time. Very clearly so, as well. I knew that was going to get me into trouble, I just didn't know how much trouble. Oh, whoop, missed completely. Just straight up missed a question block. That's alright, just takes a while sometimes, but it's a learning process. Not quite. Nope. Let's try to make at least one more deep run. I've said that multiple times already, but every time we've been very optimistic about our progress and our prospects for making it at least a little bit further, so that's kept us going. We'll just try to recover how far we got earlier. Up to the column after the wiggler. Okay. Soft drop nice and early. Yeah, missed a shell jump there. That's okay, we'll stop here. So I managed to make that shell jump successfully once over to the bombs, and then I just read that too slowly, that it was bomb to question mark to an even lower bomb. Like I said, this one was from something called Kaizo Relay, I believe, KR, and a video clear of it should appear somewhere, but we haven't bothered to look it up. It's satisfying to work on, enough so that, like I said, it's kind of a priority for saving for later in course spot, but again, I've said that about enough levels now that by the time I'm finished with a couple weeks of Maker 1, that list might become quite competitive, so... What's extra for now? Let's do another one, because there's at least one more Kaizo to look at. Which is why I'm trying to pace myself here and not wear myself out too quickly. And we can see also where our progress was. Not quite as far as I would have hoped, in that we didn't really even make it to the right of the Stars and Footprints banner. But you can see where that second dangling column with the big red Koopa shell is located. And yeah, so maybe about a little less than halfway through segment 1. But you know, it's a 0.18, and that's segment 1 out of 4. And people who are actually Kaizo players who knew their Maker 1 mechanics, I think, would have fared much better. So we will not be one of the 72 historical clears. And we'll see how far we get with Kaizo Battlegrounds 2 Underground Athletics. As you can see on the 2019 date on this, and the previous one I think was 2018, yeah, there's about a 1-year gap almost between these. But this would have been basically one of the last major Kaizo events in Maker 1, I think, before people went over to Maker 2 in June of that year. But the fact that there was still such an active scene among Maker 1 diehards and serious Kaizo players, even up to this point, is, I think, really telling. Near the end of Maker 1's life, I think participation in some things like the community events did kind of drop off markedly, because, you know, a lot of people were on the Switch at that point. At this point, when this level was uploaded, Maker 2 had definitely already been announced and dated. And yeah, SMM1 will be easier. Well, yeah, because we don't have item handling to deal with. So if it's not item handling, we'll see what kind of interactions there are when it comes to the various inputs. So we'll take a look. We'll make a fair attempt at it. It is a higher clear rate than the previous one, so. And a 20-second record on this. I wonder if, given the length of this, that feels like it's some kind of skip. It really feels like some kind of skip, in fact. But let's take a look. Yeah, 20 seconds, that tells me somebody went over the ceiling or something. And then, yeah, let's wait for the donut block first. And then we do a shell kick to the right. then Koopa up to the question block. I wonder where the P-switch is going to go, or the P-switch purely existed just as a way to float it over. Objects transfer momentum to each other in stacks quite differently in Maker 1 as well. There were a lot of things I tried to recreate in Maker 2 afterwards, just to see if I was correct in remembering that some things were Maker 1 only, and definitely object stacking is so different. Just when it comes to whether objects and enemies are able to carry each other at all, really. Yeah, because there is a P here, and then you have to bounce over that shell. I see. So I don't think there's a P jump. I think you really just go through that P over to the red shell, but I might be wrong. Yeah, you do just hold jump into that, in fact. And if you hold jump into that, you slide off the P, but you slide accurately onto the red shell. But of course you do have to kick the shell to the right if you're doing that. Basically the P-switch gets you something to land on for the shell kick. Missed. Don't exactly know what that's setting up, but pretty sure it is required. And now I'm trying to do the shell kick, but I'm missing the P. And yeah, we were a little late that time because I clipped the corner on the wall. But we'll just keep going. Now, it did work for me previously that I could just slide down to that red shell, but maybe it is supposed to be a P-jump. Now, of course, if it is supposed to be a P-jump, then we're in big trouble because this would be a post-patch P-jump by several years, and we learned when playing Boryutso's levels that the patch made a huge difference to whether P-jumps were viable at all. So, but you don't want a P-jump there because that sends you too far. So you do kind of want to fall back down towards the shell, from what I'm seeing. And the low ceiling there tells you that you're not going to P-jump over to the next obstacle. It is going to be falling down to the shell. Okay. Down. Again, I said not a P-jump. And of course, once we started saying not a P-jump, we started doing it successfully, which tells you that so much of this is really just psychological. You do need to kick the shell to the right, kind of slide down towards it, and then make contact at the bottom. We had done it before, early on. Some of the first few attempts. I just didn't quite know what was going on with it. Yeah, if you hold right into that, you should be able to get over, and then you just land on the platform on the other side while the P-switch is still active. The P-switch... yeah, I believe those are probably coins without the P-switch, and so the P-switch is going to be a vital timer here. I feel like we're supposed to bounce on top of that, and I don't exactly know how. I feel like we did need to jump towards that, that we couldn't just land on the second red shell on our way over. But we'll try it. Well, suddenly this kick is not going so well. Oops, not quite right. And yeah, you do need to hit this pretty well. I mean, we should trust a coin and make sure we kind of get that shell kicked against the blocks on the right, instead of cutting across it like that. Not something I worried about earlier, I don't know why we're suddenly having issues. You do really kind of have to lean into the shell as you go to successfully land that. We have a habit of pulling back unnecessarily sometimes. I see. Yeah, it's up here. You jump on top of that. Wait, but then what about that question block? If I hit that question block, where do I get a second bounce to take me up? I'm not sure. Because we haven't really mapped out that whole shell interaction yet. Oh, I see. Okay. But then I think I have to kick that to the right instead of that back kick, because then it will make sure that the red shell gets ahead of me on the way down, which is necessary. We really do want to hold into a full jump there to give it time to land. Okay. Nope. Yeah, this level is mostly reading issues. So far, mechanically, it's pretty easy to handle, especially compared to the last two. You just need to aim well and read what's going on. Sometimes, as with the P-switch there, you kind of do need to just trust the level. But yeah, basically you go down, kick the shell again while the P-switch is still active, and then get back over. Yeah, lean right over here. And then the diagonal arrow seems to sort of indicate a kind of back kick on that shell, though. I wonder. We have to do it a few times to really map it out. We'll see what we can do. I feel like I do want to push through this one. We'll see if we encounter any really serious roadblocks. But if we wind up just spending the rest of the stream doing the last few Julian levels, that's fine. If there's nothing technical that seems to be beyond me. Nope. Yeah, I have to catch that, hit the question block, kick the shell again, bounce over to the right. That'll do a back kick on the big red shell, which is what we saw previously, but then there's a back kick on the big red shell, then I'm not exactly sure what my landing afterwards is going to be like. And then, yeah, of course we can't hang right quite that way. We need to really kind of let the red shell fall down ahead of me. So it's just a matter of, I think, even if you do the back kick, you angle towards it such that you do a nice full jump and fall in after the red shell is already below you. And so we hadn't really even read that the first time I saw that obstacle, so now we have a lot more information to work with. I don't know if maybe you even do 3 jumps there. I wouldn't suppose so, but yeah, it is. It is. You do a second hit of the question block to knock down a shell, and then you get a very natural kick of that shell on that diagonal. So it is going to be 3 consecutive bounces while the P-switch is active. Yeah, it looks very clearly the case now that I've seen what the second question block does. And the P-switch gives you plenty of time to do it too, so it looks absolutely correct. Very nice. And then, okay, I didn't really look at that much there. I was still processing the donut block dropping. But obviously you just ride donut blocks down after that point. Okay, that's progress. That works out pretty nicely. Anyway, let's try it again. Yeah, feels kind of perfect, in fact. The Goomba has to go first. I didn't realize that was what was going to go on. I don't know if I'm supposed to wrap ahead of the Goomba, or if I have enough time to let it fall. But we'll have to go back there and see. Obviously, I went at exactly the wrong time for Goomba to just hit me directly. I don't know if I'm supposed to curve in ahead of it, let it fall below my feet, but we'll go back there a few times and steadily map it out. Yeah, just a little bit late that time. I kind of got onto the donut blocks late to begin with, I could tell. Not quite. Yeah, I really feel like this P-switch Koopa float definitely doesn't work the same way in Maker 2. I feel like the Koopa would just slip off. But I'll try it in the editor afterwards. Sometimes it surprises me that Maker 2 actually does behave in ways that Maker 1 does. I mean, there's so many differences that sometimes, you know, something turns out to be the same and it catches me off guard. After a little while, you just get a little bit confused as to which game is which. Boots, and then jump, kick, land. Oh, second landing then gets you up to the question block. Question block probably sends something down below for you to jump on. I might have to jump back on the Koopa to the left first before it is in position though, so we'll see. There might be a bit of back and forth there. You think red Koopas will stay on P-switches? Okay, maybe they will, yeah. I trust you to know that much better than I do off the top of my head. I know there are a bunch of things... Oh no, I was thinking of the other way around. I was thinking of objects stacked on enemies, like stacked on flying spike tops and buzzy beetles. That works differently in Maker 1. Because we encountered a couple of setups with that in other levels that do not work in Maker 2. Because I was looking at some of those and thinking, okay, I must have seen this in Maker 2 if it actually works there. Yeah, so I was thinking of enemies on objects rather than objects on enemies. But we'll see, we'll try it out afterwards. The problem with streaming so much is that every now and then with Maker 2 I'll encounter some things where I say, okay, I've got to try it out in the editor, and I just forget to do it. Okay, so you hit the Koopa up to the question block. Something will then give you a coin landing on the other side. I don't know if we have to go back to the Koopa first to see it, though. But let's assume... Well, I don't know what hitting the question block will do, and until we see it, we won't know what the landing is like. I assume something will give me a landing on the right side quickly enough, but if not, then it's just going to be back to the red Koopa and then forward. We'll see. Oh, no, I misread that. I don't know why I was mentally going for the question block a third time. That's a bit of an obvious goof, but... Yeah, so interesting thing about this level is that being uploaded in May 2019, I would have been pretty actively playing Maker 1 at the time. That was kind of at the point when I was playing the most Maker 1 was in the first half of 2019. But of course at that point I wasn't doing much that was sub 1% or so. Still kind of learning the game. You hear a lot sometimes about you know, more casual players who decided that Maker wasn't for them, even if they are lifelong Mario players, where it's very easy to be intimidated just looking at the movement of anything that is more than traditional. For a lot of people, it is mostly a spectator experience to be watching Kaizo. Definitely out of proportion to people who are playing it. We need to do this kick properly. I have to kind of lean towards it once again. I don't know why I do this wrong sometimes. Here we go. Of course, we'll just almost miss. That was a little out of position that time. I could feel it with the positioning of P a bit too far to the left. We should be able to get most of this stuff down consistently. I don't know why the last few attempts have been as bad as they are, but... Okay, over this time. Then, down here. On the Goomba. Boots. Kick. Up here. Ah, okay, it's shell there. Oh, interesting. That's... Yeah, I'm supposed to fall directly onto the pipe. I didn't realize it was going to be a POW that I hit in that moment, but it looks like you're about to make contact with the Muncher, but then you hit the POW just in time to land on top of it, which... I don't know how blind-friendly that really is, but, you know... It is kind of a neat little thing to happen at the end where you realize that the only place to land is on the Muncher, and then the POW makes contact right in that moment. It's beautifully lined up. It's just a little hard to see as a player who hasn't seen the POW come out of the question block before. But it's a really neat little moment here that's right at the end of this segment. So yeah, I think we'll definitely stay on this level for a while and figure it out. I think I should clear something today. Yeah, the player kind of picks up the coin, but... Beautiful, look at that. Just lines up marvelously right as you jump off the Goomba. Neat little mushroom check here. Okay, let's keep going. Yeah, sometimes you just kind of have to trust the coins. I feel like a number of things here in a Maker 2 equivalent would definitely be done with P-blocks now that they're much more available as single-tile indications. Because there are a few instances here where you kind of consume a coin before you interact with an object on that spot, and whoops, a little bit late. On the other hand, I find that, you know, even though P-blocks work very well for that purpose in Maker 2, that sometimes Maker 2 can get a little bit noisy with things like that. I see what's going on is that if you manage to land in a mole, then you can get a shell kick onto the right side. I wasn't really watching the mole in the track, so I didn't understand it at first. I thought so, anyway. I thought it was land on a mole and kick the shell, but, well, maybe the positioning needs to be a little bit different. Like that. And then, yeah, if I lean right and jump it a little bit more accurately, then we're able to jump off the shell. So. Nope, once again, have to remember the mole kick over here. We have to make contact. Yeah, again, if I'm hitting shell before mole, the shell kind of kills the mole. So we have to sort of lean into the left half of that tile. So we make sure that we are bouncing directly on the mole and kind of kicking the shell on the way out of that. So we actually get the mole bounce. Otherwise, the shell kills the mole before we jump on it. That was not good positioning there that time. But we'll fix it. Nope, not great either. So yeah, there's a little bit of an object priority sometimes where you need to slide in on a diagonal, almost. That's a lot better. Yeah, and I'm supposed to get a bounce off of that, of course. That seems like a pretty high bounce that you need to get in order to go over to the other side, so... I feel like that's a bit of a hold right moment there with the boot. It definitely is. And then I see. I wasn't sure what was going on with that coin either, but you're supposed to fall into the boot. Yeah, there are definitely a few segments here where the simple input, like hold right, is the correct one. And that the level is designed around that expectation. So let's go back there and let's see if we can map it out properly. No, you're supposed to catch the boot up above and land on the spiny. I see what's supposed to happen now. You're supposed to catch the boot in midair, and you're supposed to land on the spiny to stay above that row, which is a little opaque to me. I didn't realize that was what was happening, but that is what happens. You catch the boot in the air and fall into an object. No, you do need the brick to happen first, I think, before you... Or the shell to smash into the brick before you jump on it, so it does have to rebound off the right side. Hence the arrow. Again, can't always see exactly how I'm supposed to adjust the mole landing here to behave, but... Hold right. I just needed to hold jump into that. I wasn't sure because I actually let go momentarily to try to get a high bounce off the spring, not knowing that the shell was going to land there for me and bounce. Because obviously you do need that little extra height from the shell bouncing down below you, and so the best idea there is to just aim for the column above the spring and then hold jump. And expect your red shell to behave accordingly. So, we'll make it over there and we'll see what we can do. I could tell that positioning was not going to work. Yeah, sometimes I'm just landing the second time too early, when the mole is not quite high enough yet. No. I kind of bumped against a block there on my way over with the boot, and that's what threw me off. Yeah, you just need to maintain a full jump for a little bit longer in that position, I think. Yeah, so I went too late that time. If you see the diagonal arrow... So here's the thing, though, is that if you have the spiny hat, you can just do this, and I feel like you can just break things. Whoops, now you can't, but... Obviously, you would still need to boot here. I feel like that was almost salvageable, like it would just jumped over to the bumper. But then there are so many interdependent mechanisms that... If you kind of break anything, you can't expect it's going to work out for you. Yeah, so previously I was clipping the mole because the mole just wasn't high enough at the time. Missed. That's going to project the shell forward, and yeah, the munchers, or rather the piranha plant is just there to prevent you jumping off of the boot and trying to make it up there. Because that's a fairly obvious vulnerability to prevent as soon as you give the player the opportunity to get the boot. Nope, should have been on the right side, otherwise this happens. But yeah, some of these things like floating peas coming out and picking objects up, that's something that you can see is being played with in several instances here. And particularly with that boot pickup later on. So yeah, again, we need to maintain as much airtime as possible after hitting the shell, which means that we don't want to hit the shell too early. Sometimes we're hitting the shell too early, which is why the mole is not in position yet when we're trying to make that collision. The mole has to basically bounce off the top of the track. Come out off the top of the track. And so we can tell from the positioning of the shell that we're also not hitting it late enough. We just go down, trust the coins for once. There are 2 coins there for a reason. The 2 coins are telling you, you know, go straight down into spot. Don't try to complicate things too much. Again, kind of difficult for me to obey sometimes, just because it is my tendency to look at destinations and targets rather than markers, and that's just how I learned to play platformers, so... It is a bit of an adjustment sometimes to read coin mechanisms as saying that. And that's clearly what it says. Jump off immediately, and then this timing will work. So, I'm supposed to kick that shell to the right, but perhaps I kick that shell to the right and then I have to jump on the spring again. I'm still not exactly sure how that's going to go. We haven't done it successfully yet, so... Yeah, because if you kick it to the right, you do get a landing point towards it, perhaps. And particularly once you get down to the coins, the 3 coins that are together in that next area, it looks like that's probably where you're supposed to make contact with the shell again. And we'll try to make that happen. Nope, coming in a little bit low. Sometimes we just need to hang right and trust the positioning to take care of itself. No, you're supposed to hit it to right. I need enough momentum to get over there. Oh, I see. So because the piece which is still active, that those are not 3 coins over there, it's going to be a row of 3 bricks down below later on. So we just need to make it over there. But I wonder if you do need to punch the shell over there. Yeah, no, you punch the shell over there as well, because I think it sails across those bricks and then perhaps clears that piranha plant that comes later on. Let's not start over. That would be a mistake. Not quite. Too early, I could tell. Let's not start over. Okay. Again, straight down towards those coins, and that solves that problem. Timing is a little bit off here, I could tell. I was a bit late coming out of that jump at the diagonal arrow. Straight down. Nope, we do need to kick it to the right. Yeah, just some nuances of timing and positioning here sometimes that we need to take care of as we go, otherwise you wind up in situations like that, where I made contact with the shell a little bit too early. Didn't give the mole enough time to come up. Very difficult to prevent, though. Like you really kind of need to hold a full jump out of that. I think part of the issue is that it is varying a bit depending on my timing coming out of the dry bones. And that if I'm hitting the dry bones with a little bit of variation to my timing and spacing, that is affecting how early I land in this shell, and therefore whether I make contact with the mole. Yeah, I feel like I still can't really quite set that up reliably, but we'll see, because that's a very specific collision that depends very much on the order, and even tiny fluctuations in timing will affect whether the mole is high up enough. Again, yeah, I hedged on that landing a little bit. I was expecting I would have to center myself over to Spiny. We don't really. We need rightward momentum more than we need that. Nope, let's not die to the easy stuff now. No. Again, the timing of the shell is based on when you hit the question block. So I might generally just need more airtime in that whole sequence up to the dry bones. Nope, bumped into that. Yeah, so I do make contact in the shell there. I do project the shell to the right, and then I think I have to bounce again. Basically, you do a bounce straight up on the trampoline to kick the shell to the right. So I think after we hit this question box, we hold high jumps everywhere, pretty much. Because we need to delay contact with the fuzzy shell as long as possible in that segment. And previously, I think maybe we were losing a little bit of that full jump height. Somewhere in the sequence between contact with the question block and contact with the dry bones. You try to maximize that particular interval. Then you can land on top of the ball much more successfully. But you do need to delay a bit. And give yourself as much time as possible. Just like Mario is giving himself plenty of time falling down the stairs. All the stairs, which will give me a moment to rest my hand for a moment. I think he opened the wrong door. I don't even mind the long death here in a level like this. It's entertaining and allows me to reorient myself and rethink what we're doing. Just one of those. No. That's tricky. Yeah, I see, because you need to hit the shell to the right and then you need to follow it before the P-switch expires. Because it doesn't need to take out that piranha to the right later on. The shell takes out the piranha and clears the path ahead of you, and then you run after it before the P-switch expires. And that's how to do it. No. Not quite. Anyway, we'll just keep going. Just try to get back to how we did it before. Whoa, that's completely wrong. I mean, the good news is we hit the mole, but that's because the shell just didn't overlap with it at all. So, again, jumps that are as full as possible over here. Those tiny nuances in timing are going to make a difference. Yeah, I was supposed to make contact with the shell in a higher position by the arrow, so it would go clear over. Whoops, no. Just need to hang right there to land on top of the other Spiny. My mistake. So yeah, Spiny Hat in combination with those invisible blocks. Doesn't mean that everything there is a little bit breakable, but not in a way to compromise the level as far as I can tell. Came in a bit low. It's okay, and we'll get there. Still potentially have a checkpoint 2 after this. We'll work on it steadily. Okay. No. Yeah, I find it really difficult to see how to align myself with that. It might be kind of like the green shell pickup that was in the previous Kaizo level, where there's a particular timing or maybe a full jump or something like that that you need to get the shell to line up perfectly. But if you don't know what the timing is, you can't actually see it. And so that is a little opaque to me. But we basically had to do it by trial and error until we see what the intended spacing is. Kind of like how with the shell pickup in a previous level, you know, if you kind of just do a full jump and fell into that green shell consistently, you would have it line up with the pickup every single time, and that's how we got that shell jump steadily better and better. But here, I don't know what kind of alignment with the red shell we're looking for in order to kick it high enough. I just don't know how to visualize it. Yeah, this mole here is a bit unfortunate because you need to be so exact in ways that you can't really anticipate from the previous obstacles. Sometimes I feel like there are a lot of hidden requirements for full jumps here that aren't obvious to me until I fail at them, because it's just not my habit. Nope. Oh, we're past checkpoint 1. I really do want to push through. Not quite. Better. Not quite. Yeah, there's a lot of hold right or full jump or whatever that you're just kind of expected to trust. Whoops, fell off of that when I was supposed to jump. Not quite. Well, I mean, we know what we're working towards, it's just that there are a few things here that have been kind of inconsistent about. But we'll steadily work on it. Not so much. Well, I mean, nothing much to talk about until we just do it at this point. Get back to the obstacle we were actually trying to sort out, which is this one here. Yeah, I wonder if it's that I'm supposed to kind of high bounce the spring every time, or what, but it seems like there's an intended timing there to kick the red shell properly that I just don't know. Yeah, this mole is really, really fussy. And sometimes you might need to just stall a little bit for you. Jump over to that platform. It's entirely possible I've just been hitting the dry bones too soon every time, and that has that knock-on effect of sending me over to the beetle too soon, which then makes us clip into the mole. So, not really too fond of that setup. I think it's very difficult to anticipate and diagnose what's going on. And so, no. Yeah, I absolutely don't see how to do that. It feels like I'm just hunting for the developer timing, and maybe it's something that feels very intuitive and is easy to execute repeatedly. I'm hoping for that, but... feels like a pretty serious roadblock here. Nope, let's not start over though. Yeah, we basically have to let the dry bones go down a little further. I don't know why we're missing this now. We didn't have that problem before, but again, it might just be that I need to hang right to hit the shell earlier and a little higher up. No, it spent a little too long there. Yeah, it's not quite a hang right all the way, but it is close to it. At least until you make contact with the shell. Yeah, you can't really wait that long to hit. But... sometimes it seems like one of those interactions is very much a case of trusting the level. Yeah, I don't know how this happens. The shell is just never in position for me to catch it. And it's a pretty serious obstacle right now because I just don't know what the spacing is supposed to be, and I can't actually figure that out with the given information. Oh, whoops, nope, my mistake. Maybe it's one of those things where we will luck upon finding something that feels very natural. Because there is a sort of problem-solving element to a number of these obstacles, like we saw in that triple hit with the red Koopa in the previous section. Nope. Okay. Let's try to clear something today. Too low. Yeah, you basically delay on the dry bones. Hang right over here. See, I don't know what it's supposed to look like. It's never quite lining up for me in a way that makes sense and would get the shell over to the other side. Maybe once we see it, it'll be easy to redo it, but right now, with the information given, I don't know how we make contact with the red shell as we bounce around on that spring. Because there's a particular alignment with it that we should be going for, but no idea what that is. As you can see a little bit late here. Let's see if we can make this jump. Yeah, because this jump is supposed to go over. What happens if we just ignore the shell, though? And does the P expiry happen too soon before we make it over the muncher? I mean, we're clearly supposed to kick the shell, but I wonder if we just ignore it and... I assumed it was supposed to clear the munchers, but you can just jump over those too, so... But it may be that if you jump over them, the P switch expiry happens before you're able to proceed, so... Yeah, I see, because you will land on it. No, it's got to be some kind of kick to the right. It's just that we don't see the timing. Whoops, my mistake. Forgot to hang right over the spiny. I was still kind of thinking ahead to what to do with that red shell on the trampoline down below. We just don't know. Nope. Hesitated too much there. Whoops, missed a jump. I've just been thinking all this time, we need to get back to that red shell as much as possible so we can do some experimentation with it. But let's see what kind of bounce will actually work out here. Nope, and then... yeah, you hit it from below, it doesn't actually kick it. It actually kicks it downwards. I assume that the right arrow was encouraging me to do a shell kick that way, so it would clear some space for us, but doesn't seem to be the case. Yeah. Because it's going down at such a sharp angle, I don't know how we're supposed to kick it over to the other side, even if we are. Whoops. And it really seems like we are supposed to do it. This right arrow, for instance, clearly indicates a shell kick. On the other hand, this one indicates, whoops, a jump. My mistake. No, way out of position. Took too long to hit the question block. You hit the question block immediately, but you let the bones drop for a while. That gives the mole almost enough time, but not quite. Nope, you see, it just heads straight down like that. I don't know where I'm supposed to kick it, and how to send it across. I think the shell has to be in a particular position relative to its own bounce on the spring, but I can't see what the level is trying to tell me. Oh, we'll see. I was pretty optimistic about pushing through this one, but the uncertainty over that red shell later has been a pretty serious obstacle. A much bigger one than I anticipated. No. I don't know. Maybe we ignore the shell and just go for the jump. I don't know what is supposed to hit after the piranhas, whether there's a block activation perhaps that is required with it. But perhaps the right arrow is referring to Mario instead of the shell. It doesn't make sense though. Why would there be a shell there if you're not going to use it? Yeah, it's clearly supposed to be some kind of kickover, but the shell doesn't seem to cooperate with that. Yeah, and of course, I was trying to just jump directly on spring, but that doesn't work if you make contact with the shell. It looks like the... Okay, if you look at it, there's coins to the right of the piranha plants. And you don't want the shell to eliminate those coins. That tells me we don't use that shell. The shell is just there to throw you off, I think. And then you get on the spring and go over to the other side. Then you'd have to jump over the piranha plants just as the P-switch is changing back at the shell. Oh, I don't know, because maybe the P-switch flips off right as the shell is able to make it past the piranhas, and it's still necessary to kick something on the other side. I'm still not clear on that because I just don't know how to send a shell to the right. Whether we need some kind of sideways movement towards it, or what's going on. This mole is really quite annoying. Yeah, because there's... It's one of those situations where there's a kind of developer timing that works and nothing else works. That's what that mole is like. No. Yeah, like I said, I was pretty optimistic about clearing this, but then this section has really complicated things. Now, this is interesting. At that time, we could see the correct kind of trajectory where we kicked the shell slightly upwards. We just needed to face it in the opposite direction. Now, I don't really know what I did there to make it work that time. But it was kind of the mirror image of what we're going for. I just want to kick it in the other way. Whoops. Yeah, because I feel like with that kind of kick, if we were maintaining a position on the left side of the shell, it would have sent it over. And we just have a second landing on the spring after that, which would then send me over just in time. Oh, whoops, my mistake. Still thinking too far ahead. I don't know if it's just consistently long bounces or what. So maybe if you just kind of hold jump into that segment, it will resolve itself. Oh, whoops, my mistake. Oh, no. Yeah, I'm still just thinking too far ahead here, because it seems like most of this segment is designed around the expectation of full jumps. And perhaps it makes sense to operate on that assumption. Oh, whoops. Otherwise you wind up with timing issues like this. No. Well, we managed to get the shell kick to the left at the right height. Which is not to say I could recreate that interaction. I don't think I could. Not deliberately. See, that was almost right, except we hit it on the wrong side that time. There's a particular contact that we need to make with the shell first before it will be prepared for launch on the other side and react in the correct direction as well. Too many issues all around. Whoops. Nope. Well, we've been on this for a while, but I just don't know, once again, how that jump is supposed to look. We jump up here. Nope, we can't make contact that way. Like it just goes straight down. No, short bounce here isn't going to work. Thank you for the follow. We do normally play other levels too. But this one, you know, either we get caught by the mole or we get caught by the Koopa later on, and in either case, I don't feel like I have much control over the situation. So that's what it looks like with just holding down the full jump. As you can see, slightly different trajectory. It doesn't quite kick the shell far enough to go over the right side. But so much is dependent on full jumps up to that point that we should ride on that assumption until we see evidence otherwise. Okay, so that's how to do it. But I don't know if I can recreate it. That's the shell trajectory that we want, and then we want to bounce over ourselves in that second jump. So that was with full jumps. But I wasn't quite clear on where my positioning relative to the shell should be if we do it that way. But yeah, full jumps whenever possible. It's kind of necessary to make this work. Yeah, as you can see, it's possible that I'm jumping out of the boot too late. And not taking that marker before the shell seriously enough. As to jumping location. Position was a little bit off that time just because of the shell being too far to the left. Well, we managed to get a red deflection once, I just don't know how it happens. Ah, that's interesting. Hadn't seen that happen before. Something was wrong. That timing too. Yeah, I'm only going to give this one a few more times. I was really hoping to push through it because, you know, mechanically it seems within reach, it's just that. Here, between the mole being an absolute nuisance and some uncertainty over how this is supposed to go, why don't we just jump over this way? Because the shell's just going to come off anyway. Oh, perhaps you need to land on the shell after you hit the POW when it's in midair. Oops. Yeah, I still don't know how the requirement to hit the shell to the right is actually enforced. It seems like much of this level is about kind of reverse engineering a magic timing that just makes everything work. I don't know that I'm particularly fond of that. Because, yeah, I don't understand contact with the shell well enough to reliably project it to the right and also figure out what we're doing wrong. That's okay. I've been sticking with this for much longer than I expected when I looked at the Kaizo level section of Julian's profile. Oh, too early. Yeah, I think the trick was at least partly to go earlier out of the boot. Again, I always have this uncertainty with markers like that little boot drop zone. Does the marker mean the boot position or Mario's position? Or something in between? Everything else lines up quite neatly, but this just doesn't. I don't know how to force it to work. We've seen the correct deflection once and exactly once. And that time I didn't manage to follow it up. Whoops. Yeah, and like in the first section, now I can see where the very low clear rate is coming from. It's just not obvious at all what to do. See, if you fall in that way, that seems to be the right kind of movement that we should be going for, but wrong direction. Yeah, it's nice and early, that's good. Yeah, I really feel like that's not within my control. Because between that and the mole, I don't know how to reliably hit that. And we just never found how to reliably hit a shell, having sent it over only once. But it did look like if you jump across the piranhas that are to the right of this screen, and you do so right at the P-switch expiry, then you can land on something, and then at the P-switch expiry, it looks like you can continue, but I don't know if there is some kind of required bounce on top of the shell at that point that you need to catch up to. And regardless, that was a longer effort than I expected. But yeah, we're 0 for 3 on these, but that's what I expected. I didn't think we would get that far. We got out of the first segment, so you can't quite see on this map how much there is left, although Yeah, because it looks like there is kind of a segment 4 if you look at the pipe coming out of the right half over here. That would be segment 3 with a checkpoint in the main world, of course. But I don't know how much there would be after the pipe, so that's going to defeat us. Anyway, let's move on. This is a 1.6. We should be able to do it, or we are having problems that are even more serious than I thought. Yeah, again, it's just a clarity issue with this. I would have been very willing to push through it. It's just that we had no idea how to get the bounce on the Koopa to behave. And I couldn't figure that out from playing the level and adjusting one way or the other. Apart from just rolling the dice and hoping accidentally that it would work. Okay. Just 2 levels left. The other one also has a really low clear rate, but we don't know why. And we don't know, as an SMB3 level, how technical it will be. We will, first of all, do Lost Levels Bullet Bastion and try to clear at least one thing today. This is getting right to the end of Maker 1 here. You can see lots of activity on this level, even though these levels were within a few days of Maker 2 launching. I think within about 4 days. Let's see it. Lost Levels, Bullet Bastion. I don't know why it's called Lost Levels, whether it has anything to do with SMB2 Japan, or more likely, if it was just something that Julian wanted to complete at the last minute before it was completely finished with Maker 1. This feels so gentle after everything we had to deal with. I love the little Luigi's Mansion sound after the death in the Luigi costume. Didn't know or expect that because, you know, playing as Luigi is such a regular thing in Maker 2, and we don't have the benefit of the sound effect there. Again, you'll only really see those in Falling Deaths where the character's costume doesn't get killed off by damage. We need to wait a little more patiently for this one, because that is a slow cannonball affected by the lava drag. Yeah, we don't need to wait on this positioning. I feel like there's been some variance in the way I'm scrolling into that location, but I haven't gotten ahead of these coins a little bit. Shouldn't be though, isn't it just an auto scroll? It is. So you just need to hang right over there, and then should be able to land on a blaster after the second bounce, so don't know what we're doing wrong there. I keep thinking that we need to go right away because we've just been conditioned to doing that in the last few levels that we've been seeing, and here I do need to wait for the auto scroll because maybe it's tuned for slightly slower movement. There we go, much better. And then we're out. Checkpoint 1. Just reinforcing the Luigi costume. Oh, once again I had to sort of wait there. That's okay, all we're losing here is Luigi. Stiletto. Yeah, you have to wait for the cannonballs. This is something that's important, is that you do need to let the auto-scroll timing do its thing, and it goes slower than you think, and it requires quite a bit of self-control when it comes to, well, not doing stuff like that. Don't know if we'll need Luigi at some point to break something with our heads, but we'll assume that we're okay until I see some evidence otherwise. Whoops. Yeah, I have to wait and stall a little bit there, and then we go like this. That will give you This segment, cannons are going to restrict your timing a bit to get everything to line up here. Oh, whoops. All the spinning munchers with a deft animation threw me off quite a bit on that one. Oh, whoops. No, let's not take the crush death. Just my habit to hold right to start running out of the checkpoint, but the cannons do have other ideas there. That would be nice to have something here. Yeah, sometimes you just need to wait for things to get into place. Anything for me to hit over here? Oh, okay. Nice transition into this little cloud segment here. Well, just enough time to play with it and hit the axe. Well, very refreshing to just run through something and clear it. There was quite a lot of waiting for cannonballs in this one, and you just kind of need to have the patience and self-control to see that that's the concept of the level. And for the first time today, it is a GG. It's been a pretty rough session, but we knew that going into it, that it would probably look like this. And I spent a lot more time on the previous levels than I thought it would, all of them. Yeah, it's really too bad about the way we bailed out on the previous one. I'm not happy with what ended up being the issue there. Anyway, escaping from Super Mario Maker 1's ruins. That's what we've been doing over these many streams, and that's what we'll be continuing to do. But let's play a level that is about that. This is an SMB3, it's a 0.27. We don't know what the technical requirement is or why it is that low. But of course, people were only working on it for a few days. At the tail end of Maker 1, before Maker 2 came out. And it seemed to be quite a popular finish, as you would expect from one of the most metal-decorated makers in the first game. So, let's take a look. I'll want to take my time with this one unless there's a good reason not to. I guess we have to exit this way. And, oh, okay. Guess we do need to go fast. Yeah, the camera is up to my control in the next segment. So we just need to take the arrows seriously. Okay, it is something fast-paced. I think we just dodge here. I don't think we jump on top of the cannonball to get out of there. I think this is just a dodging level. Yeah, there is a lot of trusting the arrows that goes on here. Perhaps more than I'm comfortable with. Yeah, because everything needs to blow up, and then when it blows up, then you have to find a landing point on the other side. Now, technically speaking, so far, no object handling or anything. Everything is just dodging, so... It doesn't look like I have time to jump on the cannonball to get up top before the detonation, but maybe I have to, with the way that the cannons are sinking on the right side. Because it does seem suspicious to just stop there all of a sudden. I think some of it is dependent on how quickly I'm scrolling there on the camera, because the bomb timing coming down from above is off a track that you spawn in an earlier position. So I think if we go faster, then we have more room to jump on that red cannonball before this bomb comes down to intercept us. So it's a little bit blind. But there is going to be a fair bit of variance here from our scroll timing. Yeah, as you can see, now it works, because we just need to get there faster to spawn in the cannon faster relative to the bomb that has already been spawned in on a track up above. So... And then, of course, we need to jump on that right away. Yeah, bomb was coming down there. There's a very limited window to do that, so... Well, this is what happens when you leave spawn timings at the mercy of the player. I kind of have to improvise a response to that over time because we don't exactly know from how we're scrolling in the cannon what the shot will be. So it is kind of a reaction time sequence, and then you have to get out of there before the bombs eliminate that platform. Yeah, mechanically, though, it's pretty simple. I suspect that maybe the clear rate just comes from stuff like this, that way. Yeah. We've seen levels like this with the ground being destroyed by the bomb chain earlier on as well, but this one, of course, is a bit more time sensitive. I assume it might just be a low clear rate because it's lengthy, because everything here is very standard in terms of interaction. It's just that you have to deal with a lot of flying objects you can't see. And, you know, there's a lot of stuff here where you have to trust that you must go fast and hit everything on the first available cycle. Because the pressure isn't going to come from a scroll or anything like that. The pressure is just coming from bombs falling on your head from above, so... Whoops. I mean, it is readable, don't get me wrong, it's just that you have to understand that your tacit agreement with a level like this is that you go as fast as possible everywhere. And that includes a spring that you have to hit later on. I wonder if I'm supposed to hit that Koopa. And then what gives me the key? Curious. I guess I have to continue over to the platform. I don't see what gave me the key or whether that can be entered at that point. Maybe there's a bit of a loop back around in that segment where you need to go forward to get a key and come back. But I don't see it. So yeah, we don't want to jump prematurely here. We do need to wait for the shot. It's kind of like that previous level in some respects, where sometimes you just need to wait for the shot. Okay. You want to scroll as fast as possible. And then, oh, I thought I could fall in here. You can just do a minimal jump there, though, and I think that'll be fine. And the diagonal movement on the Podoboos afterwards makes it so that I think we can probably fall towards them pretty reliably without too many issues. Okay. Yeah, right here. That fall actually does feel pretty tidy. I don't know if we're supposed to grab that Koopa. I don't think so. But, yeah. Bit of a blind bomb over there. Buzzy. Oh. That came as a bit of a surprise. I think we're supposed to go backwards and ride the Buzzy over. The Buzzy gives you the key door because everything else has been destroyed. And then you can see that once you go through the key doors, then you get to checkpoint. I only see one exit door by the checkpoint though, and 2 entry doors. So, we'll see what that means. Still don't know what that Koopa is all about, but yeah, here. It is going to be a Buzzy ride. Whoa, yeah, too slow. Just trying to wiggle back and forth getting to that Buzzy, but no, we need to grab the key quickly. We need to go back to ride that Buzzy. That's the only thing that seems to make sense to me here as something plausible, as long as it's not out of spawning range or something. Rather not in despawn range. Shocking. Or rather flaming, but one of the two. Just makes me think that we, speaking of things that are shocking, really need that electric conductivity interaction that was in Super Mario Wonder that only really appears once. I mean, we need a whole bunch of things from Wonder, but I feel like in terms of interactive elements that could really benefit all styles, the electrical conductivity is just something so unique that we hadn't seen in the 2D Mario context before, so... Anyway, I only mentioned that because I was saying that something was shocking. Okay. Up we go. Here before bombs come down, and yeah. And then, yeah, this chases you across until you... Oh, okay, you don't get a Buzzy, you get a Blaster, and then you get the same platform. And you get another Sinking Blaster after that. I see. You can't catch the Buzzy, but you are within respawn range of the blue platform that you sank earlier. And then everything else is just spawn block blasters once various platforms have been eliminated. Very neat. Okay. Nope, a little late. But we almost got there. This feels like a really great finale level so far, in fact, because it is still kind of just traditional Mario mechanics. It feels like what we would call a traditional level in terms of the technical requirement. Just being jumping, you're not really doing tricks. But apart from the initial blindness of some areas and the need to sort of understand that you are expected to go fast just to make sure the scroll timing is going to work, it's the kind of, you know, hard, lengthy, large-scale traditional that I often wish we saw more of in both games. Now, this level, of course, can, I think, pretty much completely be done in Maker 2, but everything we've seen so far anyway. And that's fine, of course. I mean, you have to remember, once again, that nobody knew what was going to stay in Maker 2 or not stay. We actually managed to get to the Buzzy this time. Huh. That was a bit of a surprise, given that that hadn't happened previously, that the Buzzy would still be within range. Makes me wonder how far back we can ride it. Yeah, if you have momentum, you can just fall in over there, and then you got plenty of time to beat the time pressure down here. Yeah, the thing is, if you go as fast as the level expects you to, then a lot of the bombs that seem to snipe you blindly are actually way out of your way. They're just kind of there almost as cinematic sequences. Okay, so the Buzzy was still flying over here, but I guess we're just going to go over here instead. And yeah, this just allows you to go through. It's a symmetry door. Those two, and then we have to go quickly around here and understand that speed is essential. I just saw that a little bit late. I knew that was the interaction. I just watched it a bit slowly. And yeah, the key, of course, is not something you can obtain at that point. It's a little out of reach. Okay. And then you just need to read the curve as being firing. No, fire on that, fire on that. I wonder if there's going to be another flower check later on that becomes important then. I feel like there will be. We can't just damage boost through everything. We do need to shoot everything on our way in. So that's going to require a little bit of technical finesse here as we make it around these bends. I love how it kind of gives you a preview of the kind of platforming you have to do before you start shooting. Okay, that's kind of a, whoops, reset on how timing sensitive it will be once you get to the piranha shots and are no longer being pressured by the bomb detonations from behind. So you can jump directly over to the second column there. That makes things a lot more relaxed if you can, of course, realize that's happening. But then after that point, then the player timing relative to the level is reset once again. So, you know, we can get directly onto the second platform there, but it doesn't matter for very long once you're out of this sequence here. Whoops. Running into the muncher. Or actually, no, running into the bomb detonation. We need to hold back a little bit before we dive into stuff like that. No. Yeah, it's really too bad about that bomb detonation that you have to wait for so long to get out of the blast zone. But just don't stand too close to bombs as you're setting them up, I suppose. Good advice for life. Yeah, you have to be a little bit risky there with waiting on that platform and standing far enough to the left to develop a little bit of momentum as you jump over that muncher that has been doing all the bomb activation for you. And so we'll wrap around. Then over here, and fire away. Oh, whoops. Same mistakes before, we just jumped late off the corner. Okay. Yeah, as you can see, we're way ahead of timing this time. I've been very slow about jumping off edges. I've been talking about this every stream. I've been missing edge jumps every single day that we've been playing Maker 1. Oops. That was me just trying out the jump button for a little bit, but in the wrong place. I think what's happening here is that the B button on Wii U, relative to a lot of the other controllers that I've been using, is a little bit lower on the base of my thumb than I'm used to. So, you know, when I'm thinking press jump, it's always happening a split second later than I think it's going to happen, because mechanically this is just a result of the button placement. Either that or my reaction time's just been slow. I think that's also true. But I've noticed it repeatedly on Wii U, in a way that I didn't notice back on Wii U was current, of course. Nope. We got it, but at what cost? At that cost. And I feel like it's not that way anyway. We should be going right. But the piranha on the left kind of threw me off a little bit because I was wondering, huh, is that a path? Anyway. Okay. Oh, that's just the X. Okay. 127 on that, really? That surprising me, but maybe it's one of those cases where, you know, even people who normally play easier traditional material are going to stick with it because they know there aren't any things like Kaizo mechanics to get in your way. Anyway, that was a lot of fun. It feels less blind when you go fast and the bombs aren't dropping directly on top of you, but rather just behind you. And, more importantly, we escaped from the ruins. I will be staying to do at least one more maker today, and we'll just dial that up in a minute. So, thank you for watching so far. We are going to continue in just a moment. And yeah, in the meantime, I think we'll pop out and figure out who that's going to be. I have a bit of a notepad here. It tells me how big some of the profiles are because we scouted it in advance. Yeah, too bad about some of these Kaizo levels earlier. I mean, this one was the only one where I thought we kind of had to stop at something very unfortunate. The combination of that mole and just not knowing how the spring was going to work. The other ones I felt like we made, you know, decent progress considering how little time I put into them, and that was very satisfying to get some of the mechanics down and also see some things that are a little unique to Maker 1 as well, which was the case with many of the other kinds of levels. I'm just so glad I managed to beat one of them the other day. Yeah, really great profile. The last level is actually one of my favorites. Certainly the big mushroom ones that we had talked about previously were huge standouts for me on Julian's profile. So yeah, the ones that are Boom Bombastic Adventure, those are great. And then you can really kind of see how he has an overall style that develops for some of the levels that are more about, you know, letting players on easier modes see complicated mechanisms and hit switches in a very safe environment, which is the case with the Zelda levels and some of the other ones as well. So this was a lot of fun to go through, and we're going to see someone else. So give me one moment. Let's take a look at Evgarre, since his profile is relatively short. Evgarre is someone who does have a presence in both Maker 1 and 2. He does actually a lot of little technical tests that he uploads every now and then in Maker 2 that I see come up from time to time. And, while a lot of levels don't necessarily stay up, he's always trying to jank something out. And I haven't played very much of his work in Maker 1, of course. I think I only play... Well, I mean, the flags aren't necessarily up to date. I know I've been aware of him for much longer than this, so I feel like I must have played some of these before years ago. And Maker 1 has actually not kept all of my clear flags from what I've seen from other profiles that I know I played many years ago. So some of this might be familiar, most of it won't be. And it's a comparatively short profile, and I don't think there's anything, you know, particularly Kaizo on it, so we'll hopefully get through it smoothly. We won't be re-recording anger management. This was kind of an early-ish, well, 1-year anniversary, early-ish exploratory level with a lot of spinning on thwomp mechanics that are very second nature to us now, but it was kind of a spinning on thwomp variety show. We'll be seeing some of the other levels before and after that, starting with this one, which notice that Evgarre, I think he might have cleared out a lot of his profile early on in the game, perhaps, because this is a level from 2016 after the last content patch, so I think he might have pared down his profile to his best work. So we'll see if that's the case. We'll take a look at Cloudy with a chance of donuts. It looks like this is going to be another donut drop setup. If you look at all of the thwomp and donut columns that are in the layout, it's going to be a lot of donuts dropping from the sky, which is a very popular setup in both Maker 1 and 2. And also kind of the bread and butter of a lot of entity limit trickery in 1 that I think actually does not return in quite the same way in 2. I seem to recall that from a lot of Steve videos about it, that there were a lot of thwomp and donut entity overloading techniques that only applied in 1. I don't remember that well enough to explain it, but I think mostly this will probably just be a whole bunch of floating donut platforming, just looking at the preview banner here. Let's see how it goes. Very popular level. Might have been a lot of people's introduction to this mechanic. We'll play it, and we'll record it. mystery mushrooms galore, including the one I have right now. Okay. And then, yeah, Thwomps are going to rain donuts on you, and then everything's going to line up quite nicely because of the way the player scroll, as it was controlled by the conveyor belts, just got everything to line up. Yeah, the conveyor belts there just being used as a speed control mechanism for everything. Oh, we're supposed to drop in a donut block there. As a speed control mechanism for me to totally forget to pay attention to the level. Because we're clearly supposed to drop in a donut block to go down to that one. I wasn't even watching that, I just saw a door and I went for it. Anyway. Yeah, a lot of reset doors here, but that one is clearly an exit door. There we go. Just a little staggered relative to the other ones if you're not scrolling into it by a conveyor belt. It looks like we'll have a bit more running over here to do. Whoops. Supposed to jump on that platform and go up, of course. I was just taking a moment there to see if that was a track that dropped off or if it reversed at the end. It does reverse at the end, it's just that I took too long to stare at it instead of actually playing the level. Yeah, because this track is a drop, but the other one reverses just fine. So here we just survive over all this until we have a chance to move up here and get an amiibo refresh from all the damage we've been taking. And then, yeah, it's timed in such a way that you kind of skirt right to the bottom. Same with this one here. That you scroll into that location and the timing just works out very beautifully. Then this does require a fair bit of platforming. Again, feeling a little slow in the jump at it. With this particular Mario amiibo, I'm not sure I even know what the death sound is. Mario Mystery Mushroom, I should say. I always called them amiibo costumes, even though a lot of them don't come from amiibo. But with this, you know, Mario dressed as Mario, I'm not sure I recognize the death sound. Oops. That seems like it's a long way from the platform being available. No, I just needed to jump up towards the wall and do a full jump to let it come down. But yeah, I'll have to look this up afterwards. I actually don't know this death effect. It's not something I recognize from Mario platformers. I mean, there are some N64 effects with this Mario costume, but I don't think that's one of them. Oh, whoops, overshot. Yeah, because this costume does have a couple of Mario 64 sounds. I just don't think that's one of them, or if it is, I don't recognize it. But I don't know 64 as well as I know most of the other 3D Marios. I just haven't played it as thoroughly. So... yeah, I'll read your answer in just a moment. Let me finish the platforming first. And thanks for answering that. I'll just read it after I get to a safe spot. When you get a game over in Mario 64... Okay, maybe I just never heard that. Does this door just give me a reset somewhere? Yeah, this is just a reset. It is a reset door. I was just wondering, you know, since you're able to enter it, and what happens if you enter it. Oh, the axe is just right here. Okay. Yeah, really nice. Some great patterns here that were subject to some excellent timing control. I guess if you pressed against some of the conveyors and you tried to slow yourself down, maybe you could throw off some of this stuff, but that's what reset doors are for. in case you try to deliberately break some of the patterns here. Thank you for the GGs. So it's the, yeah, Mario 64 game over. That might be why I don't recognize it. Trials of Requirement. Alright, let's see what it is. Lots of pipes all over the place, as you can see here. So, don't know if it's going to be platforming trials or something else, but we'll find out. Oh, I forgot to change my stream title to reflect which maker we're playing. Just give me one moment here. In case anybody mistakes these for Julian's work instead of Evgarre's. Yeah, it's going to be a... Oh, Goomba, okay. I don't know what I thought it was going to be, but... yeah, again, we have to deal with the Mario Maker 1 rebound as well. I wonder if we just fire from stationary or what? I think we might just have to reset out of this. Yeah, because we're supposed to hit the Koopas. And it does mean we need kind of like a rebound that's going to bounce off the bottom right corner of this towards the Koopas, perhaps. I don't know. Because maybe it's supposed to activate a P-switch, perhaps, where the conveyor, once you take down... Not the conveyor, but the blaster, once you take out all the Koopas, might shoot a P-switch out. P-switch would come up here, you hit the P-switch, and you're able to go through. Or it's a mushroom. Mushroom would take you through as well. But then, yeah, you would kind of need to do a shot that goes like this. Is it P-switch or mushroom? Mushroom. Yeah, so this is something that does not work at all in Maker 2 because it requires a rebound. Now, this looks like it requires me to grab a shell. Or, no, it doesn't. We just grab a Goomba for that, and perhaps the back shot would hit that. I'm going to see if that's the case. Let's go back and take it through, because obviously to kind of rebound into a side activation on a block is not something you see in Maker 2 either. Yeah, you get a mushroom refresh here. Oh. Nope, hang on. Well, it's just going to walk off now, isn't it? Unless it walks to me. Come on, walk to me, good. No. Guess we just kind of have to... Oh, whoops. Get a bit of momentum here and then throw it. Nope, come on. Get me up to that location. I feel like we can easily trap ourselves like this if we are not careful. How about we just do this? Nope, hang on. Seriously? Oh, yeah, I mean, I guess it's not a shell or anything. I feel like this is basic Mario game knowledge that I just blanked on for a moment. Anyway. You switch... Oh, I guess you could take this Koopa shell out if you wanted. Yeah, because you take it back to the previous pipe and then you hit that. Okay. Yeah, because you just drop this and then you follow it over to the other side to grab it a second time. That's all it is. It's kind of P-switch and conveyor tutorial. You just climb a little more successfully. And bop it over on this side. Or not even bop it, just pick it up. And then... Oh, okay, yeah, that blows that up. Okay. This is obviously where you can't... Well, you can't do a shell jump anymore because you can't enter this, but... It would have been fun if you had a shell to do it. That is, oddly enough, kind of specifically prevented. I'm sure we'll need to spawn something else there. Oh, we need to grab a spring, okay. So we need to maintain this in position, and now we do some bomb crushing. Maybe we need enough bombs to spawn at this location, such that the bomb crush eventually becomes relevant. Or, no, I think we needed to maybe drop them... I actually don't even know which way the P-switch went originally. So that doesn't give you a bomb crush or anything. I feel like we needed several of these. Okay, well I guess we can puzzle through this a little bit. Bombs come down and then... Should be some kind of bomb crush. Oh, I see, and then you can kind of eliminate them this way. You need to walk the bombs over. I see. No. You drop these. Yeah, I see how to do it. Let's let everything drop. You drop these and you put them into position at the arrow. You freeze the springs at the arrow. And then that allows the bombs to walk across. That's what it is. You kind of need just one, perhaps. No. Slightly different position. Let's toss this because then we'll have more springs to work with. Yeah, you just need to drop them in a position like this. And do it repeatedly, perhaps. And just walk as many across as you can. Maybe I was supposed to put something there. No. No, you just up throw towards it. You just up throw to launch them. The one-way panel will take care of the rest. And then lava will take care of this after the detonation. And then I'll just take the spring out with me in case we need it. And we're back up. That gets you to checkpoint. The pink coins have not been relevant yet, but we'll get there. Yeah, kind of nice to see puzzle segments that are a little bit more free-flowing and taking place over open spaces. Pretty much all the puzzles we've done at Maker 1 so far have been at least one screen wide, or sometimes, I mean, not all of them. Sometimes they have main world, subworld, and sometimes they do some other things, but okay, now we kick it. Everything is safe. Now, over here, what do we get? P-switch. Well, we're at checkpoint anyway, we'll have to redo this one soon enough. Oops. Oh, that's just for respawning that. How do you get to the other door then? Where was the path over here? Was it one of these doors? Yeah, these two doors just reset into each other, so this is the exit to get back out. Which implies to me we need to find the other door. I just didn't even look at where that was. Oh, I see. No, it's a bomb over here. I see. You just hit the P and then freeze it. And then that gets you within range. Should anyway. Grab another P and we're going to time out here, but then we'll just redo that room. Yeah, it's going to be P door over here. We'll time out at checkpoint, so. But we're pretty close to where we were, so we'll go back and take a look. Anyway, yeah, pretty simple. I guess we should get us in shell form. Whoops. Just to make things extra difficult for ourselves. Yeah, we don't want to do that. We do want to light it up, so let's... Oh, whoops. Try to jump towards it with a spin, and just came in a little bit low. Yeah, I was hoping to high bounce out of that. I guess we should just, you know, grab the mushroom first and try to simplify that. That's fine. We can just kick it afterwards. Just bomb kick over here. Then send it over, grab the first P-switch. P-switch will open these up too, probably, so... Oh, let's be careful here. Then probably go back for a mushroom after we grab this, just to be a little bit safer. Mushroom, please. There we go. And then we wait. And wait. And wait. Okay, some kind of key coming out of this segment. Probably key coins. And it is. Looks like we probably need to score something. Pipe stacking. Always gotta love that. Okay, what's in here? Goom. Okay, I guess we need to probably walk it over like we... Just move this guy. We need to figure out where they fire. To walk up. That doesn't make sense, though. That has to be a shell that goes on this side. Yeah, no. This has to be a shell. And it's just going to cycle through. Okay, that's fine. And that's going to be a Goomba throw off of a spring. Yeah, notice how... Whoops. The pickup here kind of resets its timing. I feel like that's also a little bit different. Nope, a little bit further down. I mean, it would have been possible to do it in one shot, I suppose, but we'll do it this way instead. Okay, what's up here? Just another Goom, I think. Koopa works too, but let's do it with the Goomba. Alright, there we go. And then that gives you the key door out front. We'll of course take the spring, but oh, that's because we actually do need it. Anyway, next segment is going to be checkpoint 2. Yeah, everything's pretty gentle here, but just enough variety to go around to. Make sure you're paying attention. So this will be some kind of cape segment. Probably a feather here, I'm guessing. Oh, it's not a feather. I was expecting to pick it up, and that was not the case. I wonder if I'm supposed to spin on top of it as it's sinking, which again is something that is not possible in Maker 2. Like, spin, jump on top of it, and make it over. I think it's potentially the case, because, again, this is Maker 1 sinking logic, and we probably should have grabbed a mushroom. That's okay. Restricting my headroom with the mushroom might not be a great idea anyway, but we'll see what happens. Of course, it could always be the deflection. No, it could be firing a shell at this, and deflection would send it up gradually, because again, it is going to be the Maker 1 wall bounce. Maker 1 wall bounce might actually send it up. It would hit me, but it would send it up, and a mole would give me platforms. Yeah. Again, doesn't work in Maker 2. Because really, what does? And then you need to grab the shell again, probably, for this bit here. While this mole just does its thing noisily. Okay, I was wondering about it. Oh, that's interesting, then. Yeah, I guess you do need to spawn this, and then this will give you vines to climb on the other side once you do a shell throw. And the mole is just gonna bounce around all day. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, I guess because that's a bit of a problem, actually. I feel like we broke it. Because these are supposed to be stacked over here. Can we respawn that? There we go. I'm gonna clean that up. Yeah, that was a bit of a strange spawn over there. Now, this is a little concerning because... Oh, no, up throw will do it. Yeah, because I did hit myself with a shell with the first throw earlier, and we don't want a repeat of that. Necessarily. Anyway, that's going to get you over. Will the thwomp give me more vines? Yeah. Thwomp, please. And probably thwomp range and then back. Yeah, pretty gentle. And then we come up, and then... Oh, that's already been hit. We don't have a Koopa to work with here, but I guess we are supposed to just go up and down. And there's a cape that will get me through the next door. Here's a reminder of how the cape works. And the pipes are placed in the central location, mostly to preclude flying. And also to look like gorgeous pipe stacks, which is sorely missed. Yeah, you just whip more capes everywhere, and this is going to be flight. Okay, oh, no, we were supposed to get to stomp. Let's just go back and do it. Yeah, oh, nearly missed that. And we actually did wind up a little bit short here. So. Yeah, we actually do need to do maybe one little float here. Just to get the camera to cooperate. Like one little back and forth. There we go. Miss Piggy, welcome. And then I guess we'll float down and see what this is all about. Or not. Okay, yes. Or yes. Yeah, that's okay. Cape Whip will actually do fine there. Okay, down. And that just kills Bowser. Okay, that's fine. Works for me. Okay, and we're done. Alright, let's keep on going down the list. Or up the list, I suppose. Yeah, so again, a lot of interactions there, particularly with the object rebounds that are Maker 1 specific. And so we just needed to adjust around it again. Like I said, 1YMM, we had played and recorded all of these before. And this one was a thwomp stomping level. We're going to look at some snakes instead. Snake blocks, presumably. A study in herpetology. And this is getting into 2017, as you can see. So a pretty big gap between these live levels, but I do know that in Maker 2 anyway, Evgarre definitely kind of uploads and pulls quite a lot as he is developing concepts, so we'll see what this one looks like. I see a pink coin already. Yeah, these have all been pretty gentle, but still quite fun to look at just because of the space of interactions we've been dealing with. And this is going to do the usual SMB3 thing. I do associate it specifically with SMB3 just given how it introduced picking up shells in the first place. I mean, unless you count SMB2 and picking out turnips, but I don't. I think it's really in SMB3 that the shell throwing convention with the Koopas really takes off as the standard Mario vocabulary. And of course, we can come up here to grab this. Looks like it's optional coins, in fact, if it's tucked away over here, so we'll keep that in mind. We'll look for everything we can. And we'll try to stay within range of the shell, okay. So yeah, we'll definitely try to do the optional coin path as much as possible. This doesn't look like an entry pipe, it looks like just a mushroom pipe, and we are correct. These guys don't seem to get you much, except shell jumps, potentially. Nah. But you can send one of them down here. And then it's going to eliminate everything for me. And yeah, there are definitely some coins that are later in the main world, but I don't think we can actually navigate to them just yet until we have gotten through this part of the subworld. Now, we could have carried a shell down with us immediately. That's something we should keep in mind. Oh, that was a bit of a snipe. That's the one-way panels are going to preclude me from doing much beyond that. But yeah, if we wanted to speed through it, we could have just taken one of the previous shells. And then that's going to drop the gates and get me checkpoint 1, which is telling me go. It does not say GG. We're at 3 coins currently. I hope that's par. It might not be. And it looks like you need to first of all raise the bomb. And then you have to race the shell. And hopefully everything will remain spawned in place. Not seeing any pink coins in this segment just yet, so... Well, there's that one. And... okay, that's fine too. I just hope flower's not required for a gate or something. There we go. With a reset door if you need it, but we don't. Yeah, I guess we just need to bounce on top of the shell for this one here. Or shell jump it, but we're not going to do that. We're just going to bounce it the normal way. Two more coins to go. Don't know if this will have a safety coins. A lot of earlier levels involving pink coin collection actually didn't, because the convention of the safety coin as the solution to key death was not always consistently established between makers at the time. I think it was kind of standardized by the time you get to Maker 2, but I've definitely seen some exceptions to that over in Maker 1, where it was not yet the default solution. Anyway, coin up top that you can see up there, we'll look for that. I'm sure we just... well, first of all, just try to let the shell do its thing while we dodge. Hopefully we're not required to have the leaf to get a final coin up above, so... Yeah, this is just time survival where we're at the mercy of our own shell, and of course I just stepped into a very unwise choice of location. Let's try this again. No, let's not do that. Although, we could have just jumped it like this, instead of waiting. Why don't we just do that in the first place? Then... did we say something about a coin over here? No, there's no coin over here. Let's go down. Oh yeah, I was thinking of a coin on the right side here. So yeah, actually let's eliminate some fire first ahead of time before we do this. That's a lot more sensible. Oh, we should have eliminated that other one as well. That would have given me the jump that goes up to the coin that we see later. Of course, we can always ride bullets, and then the POW will take it out anyhow, so... POW's gonna take everything out. And then this is going to give you the way out. And we'll see if it's a safety coin at the end of this or something else. Okay. And yeah, safety coin. Very beautifully placed. That little slot there, and then we do a big stomp to collect all these 1-ups for the 100-man challenge. Or 100 Mario challenge, I suppose it is. I don't know why I keep thinking of it as 100 men. Probably Smash Melee or something. Yeah, because I guess, you know, you have 100 men melee, and you also have cruel melee, right? Which is, I guess, the equivalent of running a Kaizo level. A refreshing GG, yeah, exactly. A throwback to the era when Coca-Cola was only served in glass bottles at the local soda fountain. This is all ancient history. Anyway, spike-topped engineering. Let's see what it is. Okay, I guess we stomp, and then when we do that, we'll get within range of the Spiny activating the POW. Spiny activating the POW is going to drop the Muncher, which is going to let the other Spike Top walk, and then it'll give us a series of spins that gets us up to column. So let's watch it, and let's see what the timing is. Yeah, you do need to take damage off of that briefly. But that is the mechanic. And it just shows you the side spin. And then just trying to see where we need to use this yet. Well, yeah, we'll need to send something over here, so I think we need to create a bridge of some sort. And that's what the reset door is going to be for, because perhaps you just block this off, and then you also block this off. And then you don't kill it, you just wait for it to come. Oh, no, you do need to drop it. No. Go away. Back. No, back. Okay, that didn't work the way I wanted. I didn't think it would just go through like that. That was odd. That's okay. We'll let it climb again this time. And then we'll drop over there. Yeah, very nice. I always like levels like this that have that kind of POW construction mechanic where you just drop things into the right places. I find it very satisfying. Now, I think everything here so far behaves as a wooden maker too. Not something we can take for granted, but... And this is kind of showing you initially how the trampoline is going to allow that kind of swap, so that will be kind of a tutorial for future puzzles, I would guess, as you get a little deeper in. And yeah, definitely some blaster drops going on at some point. We can't do anything here yet until we perhaps open this up in such a way that it's going to give me a blaster push, where Mario just kind of gets squished over onto the right side of the bumper. I would imagine that might be the case. But let's go over here first and see what this is all about. This is a blaster block. Then I think we'll want to go through the reset door then, just to see what the initial positioning is in case that affects anything. Or we could just go through... Oh no, you just need to break this. Yeah, and then you just let it push. No you don't, you just let it lift. I don't know why it's... I thought otherwise there. And you have to get this guy across, I think. Yeah, you have to let him come down here and then walk over, and then once he gets loaded, he's going to come down here across the conveyor and then lift this blaster away once he goes up the wall, so... Let's walk him over. I don't know if we need to get ahead of him for any reason. I don't think so. But once, of course, everything is lifted, we will need 1 POW to step on in order to go through this one here. Well, it's trying to be too stylish here. Let's not do that. Let's try to do it the stylish way with a soft drop, because we learned that and practiced it the other day. The way that it works in Maker 1. So I guess we'll just have to redo everything. Okay, that's fine. Except this has already been broken, so that will just be given to me. Let's maybe not have him step directly into my face. We'll take the POW back over. And we will actually step on it properly this time. Like a sensible person, maybe. Anyway. Conveyor's gonna blast me up here. Oddly reminds me of some of the squirrel conveyor mechanics that people play with so often in Maker 2. Yeah, we're meant to reverse this. Oh. That's sort of interesting that it just reverses accordingly. And changes relative to your facing direction. I think this is a little bit harder with the mushroom. Yeah, it faces away from you. Wasn't quite sure how that was working, but that's okay. And then, I don't know if we need to ride it. I think we needed to in order to get up here. I might need to reset this one. I think I had to jump up onto the ledge on the left side and steadily work my way up. Yeah. this level does kind of tell you that some resets are going to happen. So yeah, the cannon faces away from you. Wonder if that was affected by the piranha's facing direction. I'm not quite clear on it. Interesting way to keep this in place. Then we make it upstairs a step at a time. And then we walk it across. Otherwise the conveyor belt sends it backwards. Then it will give me another shot here, which will allow me to use the P-switch to send it further forward. And let's walk it over. And how convenient that it launches me like that. P-switch. We'll walk it down here, and then we'll get the next projectile. Yeah, it's sort of interesting that the cannon faces the opposite way from the spike top, and so that's why when it kind of hits the wall and has a conveyor interaction to the end, that whoops. That does what it does. That was incautious. Too busy talking. So yeah, look at this. So basically, you see how spike top reverses direction, and then cannon reverses on top of it. Then it comes over here. Its direction is fixed once again. And we ride up as before. Anyway, we'll take it over. All right. Down here, we'll just activate it and proceed the same way. And let it walk over. Oh. Yeah, let's get everything walking. Now let's see how this sequence lines up. We've noticed in a couple of the levels already that this is something that Evgarre is actually kind of quite fond of. Not the cannon specifically necessarily, but you know, having these larger scale lineups just all kind of come into position. Now here we have to be pretty careful. Then over here we'll get the diagonal with the spike top punched up to the right. Yeah, there's going to be some variance with the cannon timing there, just given we initially spawned everything in, and when things rolled into place. And that's the falling block jump setup. Now we're going to unleash spike tops after doing all that to the moles. Yeah, it looks like there's going to be a tower that gets built over here. This is very neat. And we'll probably just ride on top of the stump at the end afterwards. All the way up. Then, sure, let's write it down too. Why not? Very nice little finale there. With tons of conveyor belts to spare. Okay. Let's get out of here and see some more. Spinfire Castle. I assume there will be spinning and fire. Okay. Yeah, we spin and we fire. That is literally what this is. I suppose it helps to have paid attention to the name of the level for once. Yeah, we do need to kind of walk here. And also, you do need to press fire. Yeah, so here's the thing that was throwing me off. In Maker 2, you will recall, when you spin around, you'll just see a lot of the firing pattern go by itself. And here, you kind of need to do a manual fire initially. Which surprised me. Because you... Well, I'll try to show it off in a more minimal location. Yeah, well, okay, when you spin, you do that initial fire, but then if you want to continue it, you spam the fire button. It's one of those moments where it's like, does it work that way in Maker 2? I don't know, but it seemed like something was a little different about that previous room. Here, this is more like how I expect the behavior to be, where you just spin jump on top of something, and as you continue to bounce, whoop, the fire just continues. Oh, it's for some reason not the case for part of the previous room, but maybe I just misunderstood something. Anyway, let's go. We don't want to do that, of course. We want to hit the bomb and then go back to the spike top. Spin on top of this in the slightly higher position will give it to me, and then we jump across. Then... yeah, we do need to spin over here and let the fireball go to the right and spin back up to the block that has not been demolished. And we'll just wait for that to happen. Let's wait for the next cycle. And then that's going to give us a pretty satisfying crush over there. As is that. And the POW will make sure that we don't have expiry problems with it. Whoops, no. You need to collect everything, as you'll see. The segment. I need to go much lower, perhaps. There we go. We need a fire flower now. I hope we get one off the pipe. Yeah, we do. Let's do that. Oh, let's do it again. Oh, no, hang on. There we go. Let's get out of here from... no, hang on. Bumped my head on the cannon. I was trying to get back over to the right. Okay. Try this again. A little accuracy certainly wouldn't hurt. Here we go. I'm gonna clip that bomb on a corner. And continue from there. Or not. Alright, to the right. And then to the left. We'll open all that up. Oh, that was a little cleaner than usual. A little bit. Yeah, it's just set up to be a little bit of a P-switch check. Oh, no. Let's be careful here. And now don't tell me I'm supposed to head down there and take damage. I think I am in order for the thwomp to stomp and give me a key. Yeah, that is necessary. And we'll continue from there and get checkpoint 2. Well, that's one big thwomp over here, and then I guess we need to eradicate as many moles as we can, but once gates come down. I just need to stand here and be careful, well, for the most part. Jumping a little higher would have been helpful here. This is pipe stacking in action. You get just lots of spawning all over the place. But without the flower, are we able to get the key? I guess we'd have to figure out where to go with this. Oh, you do need to go up to that platform. Yeah, I'll need to wait for that track to come back. So I'm sure I'm supposed to ride it out to another part of the sequence. But we'll just stomp some walls while we're waiting. I think we need to wait for it to loop all the way back. There we go. Oh, and now we lost a spin because I got bumped slightly. I was just about to land on that platform too, and then that spin did not quite cooperate. Yeah, I love how the sequence opens up though, with just the slow descent of the blasters opening up the gates. I mean, these guys are just going to spawn the whole time, so we really just need to sit here until we get the platform. We'll spin on top of that as much as possible just to get them out of the way, and then let's ride it down. Let's not jump down blindly. We'll need to wrap around and hit a couple of these gates as we go. So, who do I jump on here? Spiny, and then that's the gate. And then, oh, there's going to be a series of them here. Nope. I wonder if this is telling me... Oh yeah, no, we can get out. Yeah, it's just Spiny Crush to make sure they can continue to reload on the other side. So we can completely miss. Well, let's wait here and then try to hit it on target. Not really. Yeah, we do need to land on 2 in a row. It's just that we not really got the timing to do so yet. Because you do kind of need to hang right like that. And then that busts that open. Okay, just checking. And then what happens here? We go back and spin back down to the swamp, or what's going on? Yeah, okay, I guess we opened up the right side, so we need to go through the mole sequence again until we get that platform on the right. Whoops. Now we need to survive. And there should be another place to get a flower on the right. I'm pretty confident of that. Flower, please. Yeah, there we go. Nope, just taking a dive. Yeah, always nice to see these huge room-scale boss sequences. Not only just one screen too, but, you know, actual back and forth through this whole passage. Yeah, and if you lose the flower here, you're not sunk. You just need to survive long enough to make it over to the platform ride. You know you're going to be back to it later. Okay, who's here? Up. And Dill Pickle, welcome. Go to the gates. And up we go. Yeah, you need that rightward momentum over here to open this up immediately. And then once that platform has been loaded, then we have a way to get back down. Oh, this blaster seemed to load in a bit of an inconvenient location. Whoops, no. Okay, I guess we do need to bounce our way around now until we get the platform ride back in order. And let's continue. We know where the fire flower is over here. This is just where we died by diving into the lava previously. And there we go. Yeah, things get a little bit riskier, but... And then, oh no, I did need to continue to the right. The arrows do tell me that. I wasn't sure. This is why we should actually read instructions from time to time, which is not exactly a core proficiency here. Now, next time we have to remember that we do a spin jump down here, so we expect the landing on the swamp. And yeah, we'll just do high bounces over here while we wait for things to get in position. Oh, no. Things do get a bit busy down here with all the pipe stacked enemies. Flower, please. There we go. And yeah, these initial gates are not too much of an issue. Do get a little bit deadlier once you get on the right side of the layout, but usually some pretty ample opportunities to just reset and try again. Of course, sometimes you can do that to yourself too, which is one way to go about it. Yeah, let's make sure we spin down here for once. Way to stay on the high bounds, it's a little easier and just trying to fire at everything. And we just need to not miss the jumps that are coming up over here. Getting within range here would be good. That's not the first time we've done that. Plenty of choke potential all over, as you can see. Oh. Anyway, let's head on up. Same sequence as before. Nothing too special about this, except we just need to make sure we get left to right momentum here. Not go too late to grab it. And then, yeah, I have to remember that this is instant because of the displacement. That does the unstack and the blaster drop on top of the bomb. I keep thinking we'll ignite the bomb, but no, it is instant, and so we need to not stand so close. Not too big a deal, though. We just need to wait for the blue platform the long way, though. There we go. Yeah, I miss pipe stacking quite a bit. I kind of wonder how it would have worked with the colored pipes of different speeds and Maker 2, of course. Whoa, no. Slipped off the edge that time. Same spot. Except this time we just slipped off the corner and that cut off my spin jump. Which is a mistake we do find ourselves making often. Oops. As I talk about fairly frequently, it's something that's really dropped off a lot in Maker 2. This kind of style of room design. A lot of back and forth because, you know, obviously having the more reliable and controllable mechanisms you get out of scroll stopping everything often makes more sense for big finale sequences or bosses or whatever have you. Because it's completely possible to build this in Maker 2. It's not, you know, a question of technical ability. It's just something that's kind of fallen out as a style, which I always find those considerations to be pretty interesting in terms of how they manifest themselves in Maker communities, not just Mario Maker, but just in video games generally. Where you kind of have stylistic changes that are just as much social as they are formal. Let's not slip this time. There we go. And then, yeah, that gives you a nice landing if you fall at a wall. Okay, made it just over the ledge. That's fine. We would have had more opportunities anyway. Yeah, it's a fairly gentle level. We just totally toppled off some edges there that we shouldn't have. And yeah, it's going to be spiny on top of Spike Top as far as I can tell. Nope, not quite. But then you get plenty of opportunities to reset through this one. At least I think you do. I don't see a flower, possibly in the previous zone. Flower, please. There we go. I guess the reason that you wouldn't want this blaster to give you a flower is because you could touch it from below without being forced to come back over here, which would then just allow you to cheese the last little bit. That's what the room makes it go back. Okay, here we go. And yeah, that's going to give me a flower, which will not last long. And then having the key here, where was the key door? Past the swamp, or was it the previous segment? I actually don't know. It is here. Wait, but isn't that just how you came in from the other side, though? I feel like we should not use that one. Because that's how we came into the room in the first place when we hit checkpoint. From the pink coin segment previously. So yeah, we definitely shouldn't use the key there. That looks like a trap. Yeah, it's these keys there. If you do use the key there, then you would need to deal with the whole pink coin segment previously. I don't know how doable backwards that is, but we're not going to test it right at this moment. Looks like this is a keep the Shellman check. One thing that I miss about Maker 1, incidentally, is that back when Miiverse was live, if you had a power-up or Yoshi or something visible that you finished with, you could just post your ending screenshot to Miiverse. It would kind of act as your little achievement stamp to show that you had done the optional path in something. I think that was already... I don't know if it was dead by this point. This was a 2017 level. I don't think it was dead yet. I don't quite recall when Miiverse was called either. It was fairly early on, but maybe not this early. But yeah, that's what I'm thinking about when I look at the Yoshi here, because, you know, basically you could post your ending screenshot that shows you riding Yoshi, and then there's your little proof of hard mode that's visible right there. That's something I definitely kind of miss about the loss of all the social features in Maker 2 as well. Yeah, we'll at least finish the rest of Evgarre's set today, and then we'll see how we're doing for time. Given that we spent way too much time just grinding through bits and pieces of Julian Kaizo earlier, and not very successfully. Kind of glad that these levels in general have been a little easier on our hands, even though they have been kind of keeping us on our toes when it comes to wits. Spinfire Redux. This is the cut of the previous level that has the extra 30 or 40 minute sequence where they, go to the French plantation. As they sail their way into the heart of Vietnam. Now let's get over here and yeah, this is going to be a little Spinfire tutorial once again. And we'll see what kind of elaborations on that mechanic we're going to experience this time. Yeah, it seems like the spin kind of momentarily stops if you... Oh, it's because of the head bump. Like if you hold into this and you bump your head, the head bump cancels the firing, or rather kind of resets the firing timing, right? So if you bump your head, it cuts it off. I feel like that's something that's potentially a useful mechanic. Like if you need to do something that requires you to cut firing, and yeah, you're supposed to keep that shelmet too. If you kept that shelmet all the way to the end in the previous level anyway, you would be able to get the ending. And I remember that it was kind of the same setup in the previous level too, and that's where the shelmet was coming from. I couldn't remember, but that's definitely it. Okay, let's go up. Then go up this way. Yeah, very similar setups here. Yeah, this is mostly just kind of a revision of the previous level, I think. But how close it is, I'm not exactly sure. Leave ourselves a little bit more room here. But yeah, in the same location earlier, I was wondering why we were losing the ability to spin, and it was actually because if you hit your head on a ceiling, it cancels the spinning fire. I feel like that's got to be kind of an unused puzzle mechanic that we just haven't really seen people take advantage of, in situations where you are not supposed to fire. That's something. You have to cut that off. It's a little hard to set that up in a reasonable way, though. Yeah, because... if you had a puzzle mechanic where you had to, I don't know, put a P-switch on top of yourself or something, and then spin and ensure that you don't blast something that you're not supposed to blast, like in Maker 2, could be ice blocks or something. If it works this way in Maker 2, I'm not sure. Anyway, this looks like it's pretty much the exact same finale room that we saw previously. I think this is basically the same level. I noticed a few minute changes in the first half. This looks condensed a little bit too, but I say that having spent too much time in the previous one, and I don't quite know what's different. It could be a different ending sequence after this. It seemed like we got here so quickly previously. Did we even see a checkpoint 1? Or something equivalent to the previous checkpoint 1? I'm not sure. But it looks like it's basically the same room. I kind of wonder what the revision was here. That's okay, we're still going to get clear on it. Alright, this is definitely Yeah, it's the same levels so far, I think. Possibly there was a little bit of reordering of some of the early segments, but just little bits seems changed. But let's go down. And of course, this platform will be much more conveniently timed for us this time. Maybe there really is an extended sequence with the French plantation or what have you. Oh, whoops. Okay, no, we'll just go back. We won't go back. Funny, it seems like a crouch jump probably could have just reached across that if we just jump over that muncher. I feel like a crouch jump through that one tile might actually have done it. Assuming there's no offset issue or something that actually makes it slightly smaller than one tile. Which might be the case, I didn't look at it carefully. Definitely the initial track timing seems a little friendlier here. Well, get out of here, Mole. Anyways, basically the same room. Let's just continue. Do the same sequence and then try to do it a bit more cleanly. All the iterations we're putting into it now. Yeah, this looks like it was slightly changed. So it's a bit more convenient when it comes to spacing now. This initial timing on some of the platforms seems to have changed as well. Not as much waiting. I don't know if that's actually the case or just coincidental, but we'll take it. Yeah, it seems like it was kind of an incremental revision. So you can sneak through. And without a fire flower, you're able to get over here. Yeah, so we actually did kind of sneak through that. We did. Oh, wait a minute. Now we have to jump to get out. Yeah, so this is different. Because you can't just... or maybe it's not. No, I was thinking of the next segment here. In terms of whether you can come back out. No, I have to. Alright, this way. And then... Oh. Hang on, let's redo this. And yeah, as before, we do need the fire flower from out here, as we talked about in the earlier version. Nope, do need to hit that spike top. Luckily, enough time to get out of here if we take damage and redo. Particularly if something like that happens. Here we go. Took a few shots to get through there. And yeah, we don't have the Buzzy helmet, so... But now I see where the Buzzy helmet was coming from. So yeah, this was a slight revision, but the differences are not really that significant, I think. Unless I just miscounted sections or something. I don't know if it also had the taking the key backwards from checkpoint 2 issue that we saw previously. But I hadn't really looked at it carefully. Yeah, looking at the banner here, it seems pretty similar. Although the spaces aren't stitched together quite the same way. This actually has a little more going on in one of the sequences. So it's kind of slightly reduced. I noticed that some things were missing, I think, but... didn't really track the differences very closely. I think some of that was resequenced. Spike Top Engineering again. Oh, okay. So, is this just the same level we played earlier than Spike Top Engineering? Spike Top Engineering. It might also just be a revision, but we'll take a look at it just to see if there's anything new in it. And then there was one that was a work in progress here, or so it says. That we'll take a look at that too, of course. Definitely likes his Super Mario World Underground. So yeah, this might be basically the same level, but a revised upload. That's what we saw earlier. We'll look at it anyway, and if there's not that much new, then that's okay. Yeah, it might just be mostly the same, but this was a fun mechanic anyhow, so... yeah, it might be a little bit of timing control going on here that is relevant. Yeah, this maze looks a little different as well. It looks a little bit expanded, in fact. Where you can do multiple steps to really kind of show that you understand the concept. Here at this point. Now here's the thing about Maker 1. Oh, nope, that's not what I wanted to do. I was trying to soft drop it. Okay, let's redo this. No, I wanted to do a little bit of trickery with the spin pickup. See if we could spin pick up the POW and load it into the next segment and possibly manipulate something. Let's let this guy down first. Yeah, so some of these building sequences will be slightly revised this time, as we see. Now, because what I was trying to do is a spin pickup of the POW into a spin jump on top of Spike Top here, just to see if it works. Oh, nope, we missed the opportunity. And he's way off now. Oops, too bad. Yeah, I was trying to go with... I was trying to do that, and I just have to redo it. Getting a little too fancy here, as we usually do. Okay, we'll walk him across. Walk this guy across as well. I'm just trying to carry the POW over to the next segment just to see if we can do it. Oh, missed it again. Yeah, we should stop messing around with this. We can just look at it visually to see what taking the POW forward might have achieved for me. Because it's a little too unreliable to try to do the POW pickup over the kind of height that I would need to get on top of the Spike Top on short notice. So, let's not mess with it too much. And let's just continue. Okay. Yeah, we'll just get ahead of it and spin. Too difficult to set it up with the POW, and even if we did take the POW up here, yeah, past a certain point. I mean, we could, you know, still spin POW with it, spin grab with it, take it over, but again, doesn't really get me much anyway, because we still need to do everything else now. This looks pretty similar to how it worked before, except with no mushroom interaction this time. Interesting that it still gives you the mushroom dispenser, even though it no longer uses the mushroom for spinning purposes. Now, because we dropped the POW down there, I don't know if we're able to exit here once. Yeah, the pipe is on the ground level this time, so basically took out the step where you require the POW to be dropped over here in order to proceed. I don't know what kind of issue that was trying to circumvent, or if it was just a stylistic choice or something. Yeah, then, whoops. We do, in fact, want the thwomp to send it up this way. So that's a new interaction, I think. Don't remember it previously. So we'll open this up. Then... no, we don't want that. We want... this too. I don't have time to walk over? No, it's not going to work. We'll need to kind of block it and reverse it. Let me see. We need to do something about this guy here too. This one. I wonder if there's a P-switch or something that would walk it across. Let's take a look carefully. Yeah, that's eventually going to be something that walks to the left. I need to get this guy around the thwomp to the right. And then... well, we need to not have the thwomp crush like that. Okay, that works, maybe. Actually, that does. Yeah, you send it just through this left side directly. Okay, that works. And then probably you need to lift this up somehow. Yeah, you actually just need to place this here and have the blaster, this guy, lift it up accordingly. So we're going to put the spring down there, and it's going to lift them up. That can't be it though, because yeah, no, that'll be it, because it'll just lift up the blaster by itself. That's right. We're going to have to redo this one anyway, given how close we have to timeout. Oh, wait. This is giving me an object. It's not a spawn. Okay. I just thought it was going to give me something there, but... we've got 10 seconds to see what this is all about. Four seconds? Well, no checkpoint yet, so we'll time up it over here and we'll try that again. Spent too much time messing around with that house spin earlier. No, not like that. We need the thwomp to basically lift it up to the ceiling segment. We got without crushing it. Then we head up to the spring. And then drop the spring down here. Lift it up. Send it back. That then gives you to the flying giant spike top, which is going to send us across the gap. Seems like you could easily get yourself into trouble by clinging onto a vine up there. Seems like we do want the bomb crush, followed by a P. And then we would drop it down. Well, not that this gives you anything. Unless... No, that was just the back of the hyper. Let's just go down here. Yeah, maybe potentially breaking this with power is not a good idea. Yes, it is. It's a good idea. We have to use that power in the other room. Yeah, so definitely more differences in this revision than there were in that other level we saw. And yeah, look at this. Now with the one-way panels, it's in a fixed position that makes it a little easier to board the POW, so that's a nice change. Now, what do we need this for? Oh, whoops, despawned the POW. That was fortunate. Hang on, let's just... We might need to redo this. Yeah, because eliminating the P was not great. I'll take the POW with me in case we still need it. I suspect we might. Let's fire this over first. Actually, no, we do need to hit the POW once in order to get this over. But if you're going to do that anyway, why not just go directly to the P by running onto POW? Because you still need to go up over here. Yeah, same kind of setup as before. Not too many changes in this part. But we'll wait. And wait. There we go. Yeah, it's going to send me a projectile to the right, and then should get me right over. Step on a P, send it down. Same idea as before. Yeah, always satisfying to see it kind of nudge against the wall like that and allow us to continue. Yeah. Let's not get trapped over there. Might take a while for everybody to get in position. Be nice if you could all stack. Everybody in formation. including the one on the right will give us this. Yeah, I really enjoyed the finale sequences here. Not a lot of interactivity on our part, but, you know, it's nice to see the snack build just for the satisfaction of witnessing all of this being put together. Oh, missed it. Missed a train. That was not how it worked previously, too, because, yeah, in the last edition, it was a stump that does that. I wasn't really even looking at it. Luckily, you can just get this guy to walk again, because he's off screen and he'll just respawn. So, let's let him walk. Without being crushed, of course. And we'll just write it down. Should hit the goal perfectly. With fireworks and stars. Oh, and we just went right over the tape. Okay, that's fine. We'll take it. So yeah, a little bit of overlap in this profile with Evgarre returning to some earlier concepts and making minor revisions. But you can see how there were slightly more elaborate versions of some of the HOW placement rooms this time around. We'll do one more, and that will probably be it for the stream today. This is going to be the Magnus effect. Back in 2017. It's a work in progress, Act 1 and 2. And it's not going to be playing in a World Championship anytime soon. This is actually right from around Christmas 2017. And we'll see how it goes. Yeah, some kind of work in progress, but we never saw what became of it, so let's see what it is in its current form. Yeah, K2 Hegemon, yeah, there is a goal tape change, as I recall. So, hope you're doing well. We see lots of things that are surprising about Maker 1 all over. This is going to be a spin. Yeah, we do need to spin kick it. Let's do this again. Pay attention. And that gives me the key. Now, was the key door down there? Let's check. Yes. But yeah, you can definitely run through the goal in Maker 1. And we'll kick the other side as well. You can see a little bit of similarity with some of the spin jump fire flower level earlier on. Except, of course, this time we're not playing with fire. Love that little symmetrical detonation there. That was very satisfying, and that doesn't mean that I was dying just to see it again, but we weren't literally dying to see it again. But alas. Let's just clean that up. We know the key is down here, so let's take it. And then we'll do both sides. Yeah, it's basically a pretty gentle bomb kick level. Just to try out a lot of setups that are possible with it. Again, love this symmetrical detonation. Let's not die immediately afterwards this time, though. It's going to be a kick to the right, and then just going to knock down every column and have them unstack in very nice looking fashion. Now this is similar to something that we saw in a Kaizo context in Julian's set. It's in fact the exact same setup with... not Julian's set, rather... What was it? I was trying to remember if it was... No, I think it was Waryutsu's Kaizo level that we did last week. It had this setup. Whoops. Let's... Of course, take it up so we can have something to spin on to ride up to the top. Oh, we did need to ride it up to the top on that last bounce. Nope. Losing too much momentum going forward. Yeah, there we go, much better. Let's fall in and continue. Okay, so I feel like we do want... Yeah, I feel like you're supposed to take damage here. That's interesting. But wait, why can't we just touch note blocks like that then? Oh, probably because we're supposed to... Perhaps... Yeah, we're supposed to kick them to the left, but the rebound in Maker 1 is giving us grief. Because we're supposed to fall into the note blocks, get tucked in by the one-way panels, and then spring up here, so we can grab one that's been detonated, and then maybe throw it across over here. Yeah, problem with that is that the Maker 1 rebound just sets it off like crazy. It's very difficult to find the right position. Maybe it has to be dead center. Huh. There we go. Except we don't have enough time to take it. Well, it did say this was a work in progress. Just trying to see if we can pick them up without running into the Maker 1 deflection issue. Oh, that's a lot better. Except we take too long after that. Yeah, I actually think we should kick to the opposite side. Yeah, this one doesn't quite work the way I prefer, but we'll see what we can do. Yeah, unfortunately, this is what I'm talking about when I say that for the most part I do prefer the way that Maker 2 handles objects against walls. I mean, we've seen plenty of Maker 1 levels that use the Maker 1 wall bounds in interesting ways, even within the span of today's stream, but it's much less user-friendly. Anyway, let's continue. And let's see what we can do. Here's the symmetrical one again. Let's not just miss it this time. Yeah, fairly obvious where this one goes. Oops, no, let's do it again. Next. Let's try not to lose all our progress this time. Okay, yeah, that's actually correct. That's, in fact, the exact sequence that we need. You kick in the opposite direction. Not quite. Nope, and of course we don't want to die to that. Nope. Tricky. But you can do it without damage. In fact, you're kind of given exactly the right spacing to do it. Oh, and then you kick it over like that, and you go up. I see. Yeah, I think you actually do just spin up the column. And that's how you're supposed to take it. Let's do it again. And see how to do it. Yeah, early visitor level here, fairly straightforward. There you go. Still very satisfying every time to see that. Nope. Don't know, I've been missing the first shot every time. Nope, wrong. Much less deadly, of course, in the equivalent Kaizo setup we saw either last week or earlier this week. Alright, so we hit right here, and then very easy to die to this, so. Yeah, and then you just need to follow it over with spins. And then, of course, if you get bumped all over the place, so much for the attempt. Didn't expect that. Same thing that happened last time, too. And then we have to do all the easy stuff again. We'll just break everything open once more. Nothing new to talk about here, really. But yeah, it is supposed to be some kind of bomb ride up the springs later on. I think that's become much clearer to me now, and we're making this same mistake. Anyway, we'll kick this over. Yeah, it goes both ways. Let's watch this a little more carefully this time and then make it over without too many issues. Let's do this again from the platform. Okay, a little bit to the left, but that still broke open the passage, so we'll take it. Okay, let's not die to lava this time. Oh, dangerous. Yeah, if you space this perfectly and just change directions perfectly, then you can get the column bounce like that. There we go, finally got it. Then this looks like it's going to be short bounces to take it up. And of course, earlier in the week we had done a level with pretty much the same bomb kick setups, except it was in SMM1. The way to do it in SMM1 is using the Big Mario amiibo effect from the 8-bit classic Mario. Glad we hit a checkpoint flag here anyway. Yeah, we need to not touch that. I was wondering what kind of spacing we would get, because we don't want to be too low on the bomb either when it detonates. Seems like it's going to be a pretty deadly location, potentially. Okay, then we can blow that up. That sinks. Nice setup. I did not expect that. I didn't see that skewer coming at all, actually. Yeah, I mean, I guess the skewer is pretty visible. Have to let everything come in first. Come down, and then... I mean, I guess we just need to stand off to the side, but then the skewer is going to punch through everything, including the hard blocks at the bottom, so I wonder if that's just a time constraint for how quickly we can get out of there. Looks like it might be the case. I'm misreading something with a skewer anyway. Wait, but then... Oh, I see. Because it punches the blocks that are on the side of its 4-column wide coverage, it does stop below the lowest set of blocks, which means that we have a place where we can crash safely. Yeah, I see it. I see how it's laid out. Duck and then just let it go. Then that'll get you over here. Yeah, okay, I didn't see where to continue at that point. I wasn't really looking at what the targets were doing for me here. Oops. It always short bounces until the upper detonations happen. We duck down here. Nope, didn't quite make it over. Yeah, I see P-switches now with the next sequence. Didn't really look at them properly before. Let that go. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't clear on the munchers there. I didn't see the POWs until very late. But you do have a safe landing location where the munchers are currently located. Just a little bit slow on reading because we did have the P activation on the left side as well that we were also dealing with. Okay. And then you just continue. Okay, I wasn't quite seeing what was going on there, but it is multiple bounces on top of the bomb. So it stays in that column while the bomb comes down. And we just swung too far to the right and hit the bomb, so... Yeah, some pretty fun concepts with bomb spinning here. We just need to read the positioning better sometimes. I wonder if I was supposed to be able to get up to the second bomb the first time there, but we... lost control of the situation there. Oh, I was expecting the left side block to be alive that time, and it wasn't. Just a function of the bomb detonation timing, I think. relative to when we kicked it. Actually, no, it's going to take that out regardless. That wasn't the case previously. So yeah, we should be jumping on top of the blasters, I suppose. I was kind of skipping the drop on top of the blasters earlier because we still had all of the bottom blocks just kind of cupping us safely. And also preventing the skewer from getting too far here. Yeah, you see, just like that. It was kind of a function of how early we were hitting the bomb, I think. Oh, missed it. It was supposed to be a kick over to the POW, giving me to slot over to the platform currently occupied by the Munchers. Yeah, we kind of punched it too early, and that's what happens with... And that's okay, that still gives you the block on the right for bracing the skewer, but it does throw off my pattern a little bit. I know why it's happening, but we basically just need to delay this bomb here. Or we could just ride safely on the blasters for once. Okay. Here we go, all the way up. It is a work in progress, so I feel like there was a section at the end there that perhaps was never built, but that's okay. It felt very complete as an elaboration of the concept, even from what we saw, so. And I don't know if it's something that Evgarre picked up again going into Maker 2. I have played a pretty good chunk of his levels, I seem to recall. But I don't know if it was developed there. Kind of a nice companion to the level we played by Julian once again with the big mushroom amiibo costume as well. Anyway, that's the Magnus effect. The end for today, I think. So we finished up Julian, finished with an asterisk because we just ended up bailing out of a lot of Kaizo while we were doing it, but we learned a lot along the way and got through some decent segments. And Evgarre, yeah, kind of a small set that's alive in his profile here. I know he, as I said, probably took down and redrafted a lot of things, but, you know, a pretty good set of levels to work with here in terms of showing off some platforming design. It's just kind of elaborated on some of the basic maker concepts like the donut drop from the thwomp and everything else with the bomb spins, fire flower spin, etc. Trials of Requirement was a pretty big highlight here as well, just, you know, giving you a lot of little room scale puzzling here and there. And yeah, and very satisfying setups with some of the spike top sequences as well. That'll be it for today, though. We will hopefully be back with Maker 2 tomorrow, which we unfortunately had to cancel last week for technical reasons. And that's the intention, to go back to Maker 2, and then next week back on the weekday streams again. We'll get back into more Maker 1. And I have a long, long list of makers that I plan to show off. And suggestions are always welcome on the Discord as well. Because, I don't know, realistically, how much we'll be able to get through. But it's always helpful for me to mark out a couple of profiles in advance in case there are important people that I have mysteriously overlooked. More makers coming, many more indeed. And I'm excited to get to it in a few days' time. But for now, that's all for this stream. Thanks for watching, and thanks for suffering through some of the early Kaizo failure, especially. But it was a learning experience. And it is now time to send you on somewhere else. Thanks for watching. enjoy your next destination and whatever you may be making or playing as you continue on into the weekend. We'll send you somewhere interesting very shortly. And as always, fare thee well.